sure is that you, now I'm particularizing it, that you are amongst those few that are chosen. Whether we like it or not, all of the people that you started the race with, you are not at the same place now. Some people have gone ahead, some people are still below. So, or rather, behind. So just have that at the back of your mind that you need this grace. I need the grace. The grace found me, and thus far, we've been making it happen. So, my life, I was born over 40 years ago to a humble family of my parents who had literally nothing. Literally nothing. In my family, we are 6, 3 boys and 3 girls. By the special grace of God, I happen to be the first. So in other words, it was when I was growing up that I now realized that I am the person that will show the way to the other ones following behind. And God, in his way, made it happen. I went through school, of course, our typical 6334, right? Your primary school, 6 years, junior secondary, 3 years, senior secondary, 3 years, and did my 4 years uni. Okay, maybe I should backtrack a little bit. In my days of secondary school, it was tough. Tough in the sense that where I studied, it happened that my primary school, secondary school up to a point, we had, guys, please, you give me a bit more than 30 minutes. I need to narrate my story so that maybe it will encourage people. Because what happened is that when people see you now, they believe or they think that it has always been like that. No, far from it. You need to endure, persevere, and get to where you should be. So, however, I'll try to make it brief. But there are salient points that I want to bring out here. And I think I've shared some of them, even here in the church. So while I was in the primary and secondary, the estate where we had school bus. So bus would come and take us to school, bring us back, up until my secondary days. So I think my secondary school days, either SS, the company, okay, maybe you don't know, the company isn't called the Nigeria Cement Company. It's folded now. It's somewhere in Ebonyi State. It used to be in Enugu State as at that time, but it's now in Ebonyi State. So it was a very beautiful estate. Call it an estate that looks like the entire Lekki Phase 1. So everything is in there. We come in there. We don't go out again until maybe you're traveling for Christmas. That's the only time you go out. So hospital, everything was in there. So it was all okay. Until a typical Nigerian setting started coming in, the company started dwindling, going down, to the extent that our school bus, packed up. By then I was in secondary school. My secondary school is a distance. My friends, when they are going to school at that point in time, some of them, to be in fairness, there has never been a time that I was the poorest, let me put it that way. And I will share a story with you guys. What I mean by that is that at any point in time, there are people better than me. There are also people that I'm better off. So we used to trek to school when the bus packed up. It came to a particular day because my friends would be telling me that if their mother or their parents don't give them money to enter bus to school, they will tell them that they are not going to school. If they say they are not going to school, they will look for the money and give to them so that they can go, because everybody wants their children to go to school. I said, okay, if it's happening for these guys, it can also happen to me. And I tried it one day. I told my father that I'm not going to school on this particular day. Why? Because you haven't given me money to transport myself and back. The man called me and sat me down and told me, come, what's your name? I said, Abraham. What's my own name? That's his own name. I said, Edwin. He said, okay, fine. Do you know what? If you want to go to school, go and wear your school uniform and go to school, because you are going to make your own name. My own name, I have lived it. You are not going to make my name. You are going to make your own name. So if you want to go to school, go to school. For me, that was wickedness. For me, that was wickedness. But I must tell you guys that was the turning point, the most I can remember. That was the turning point of my life. Because that was the day I took a decision that come what may, I must pursue my dreams, with or without him. So in other words, what he put in me was that run your race. Whatever I'm doing to you now is just to support you to run your race. So if you decide to not to run this race, I have lived my name, I have lived my life. It is up to you. Honestly, that decision I made that day carried me through until this is where I am. So that was like every other thing going forward was, for me, a piece of cake, in the sense that I wasn't looking at or looking up to him or any other person. I was just focused on running my race. As God will have it, because I know, I'll tell you what that happened to me. In my SS3, in my senior secondary, I had already made up my mind that I wasn't going to write JAMB twice. In other words, I was not going to stay 2 years. Not now that there are private universities that you can jump into from this one. Then, guys stay 3 years, 4 years, 5 years at home waiting for admission. Either you write this one, there's a cutoff that doesn't work, you have to write next year. So it happened that way. But right from time, I had already made up my mind that, see, I am not going to waste any year at home. One, because I cannot afford it. If I make that mistake, I'll find myself at Onitsha Market. Because my father, don't forget, I had told you guys, literally doesn't have much. So at my junior secondary school, after my junior WAEC, himself, my grandmom, which is his mom, and my auntie, which is his elder sister, they all connived and were pressurizing me to go and do apprenticeship. Because I'm the first, I should do apprenticeship to help my father to train the other ones. That was what is in vogue at the time. Anyways, as God will have it, and I think he put it in me, I wasn't cut out, in fairness. I wasn't cut out for all the apprenticeship thing. I was so determined that I have seen people that went to school and they are doing well. I was so determined to go into school. So because of that, I knew there was no story about me writing JAMB, failing JAMB. And next year, somebody will give me money again to go and buy another form. It wasn't going to happen. So right, Polytechnic and PolyJAMB they call, and JAMB itself. There is GC and there is SSC. So all the 4 exams, I ensured I wrote it that day so that at least there must be one must click. As God will have it, I didn't have any problem. I entered school. So that God helped me. I entered school. Indeed, it was tough. Because at times, when I reflect on life, my life and times, I'll just be like, it can only be God. Because how it happened, to be honest, I didn't know. But again, here we are. So while I was in school, again, I don't know about now, if you don't buy textbook, or if you buy textbook, there are some marks that are awarded that you bought lecturer's textbook. While there are other ones that are what you were able to do by yourself. So what I did was to ensure that since I cannot buy textbook, that one that is awarded to people that your own, out of your own effort, I had to read. What was I doing? Again, true confession. What was I doing? I was going to, I will read, come and borrow her textbook, read, and teach her. I will borrow somebody that has textbook, but again, because of life in school, the person cannot read. I will read it. I will come back. We will have conversation. I will teach her. That way, she is happy. I am happy. I continue that way. By the way, don't forget, while I'm teaching her in her house. So I'm eating. I'm also eating in her house. It was tough. I'm not sure how I want to explain it. Going through school for me was tough. I came into school for the first time with 1 jean and 2 shirts. A pair of jeans, one. Maybe this type that I'm wearing now. 1 jean and 2 shirts. But, okay, I had an accommodation. But do you know what? I now came into school. I now realized that even with the 1 jean and 2 shirts that I came into school, that I was better off than a lot of people. There are some people I knew that they carry this bag you carry. That is their accommodation. That is their house. That is everything they had. Yeah, as a matter of fact, they don't even have 1 jean. They borrow the jean that they wear. So that gave me some comfort. Though you are there, but you are better off than some other people. I continued. There was a particular day, just to make it brief and snappy, there was a particular day I did not have anything. Not just me, there are some other people as well. At about 11 o'clock on Saturday, we ate rice. This rice was rice boiled with palm oil. And I can't even remember whether there was crayfish in there or not. But rice with palm oil, and at about 11 o'clock. And that was all we had. Nothing. Where I was staying at the time, you need to pay 10 naira down to school. That is where the church, the chapel is as well. You need to pay 10 naira down. You need to pay 10 naira coming back again. Lo and behold, I had only 15 naira with me. That was on a Saturday, 11 o'clock. We finished eating. No food again. The next morning was Sunday. I was in AYF. AYF is Anglican Youth Fellowship. I was in AYF. I had to go to church. I had only 15 naira. 1 10 naira and 1 5 naira. Do not forget, in AYF, because there is band, when they are going for Thanksgiving, you must go. Because if you don't go, you will be the only 2 options. It's either you go, or when it's time, you go out of the church. Those are the 2 options. So, but me, I was dedicated to going to church that day. I prepared. As I was coming out, My pastor was driving to church. He picked me, saving me 10 naira. That was how I got to church. Again, when, okay, this issue of give more offerings, it didn't start, sorry, Reverend, it didn't start today. You give this offering, you give this offering, you give. So after giving my 10 naira and my 5 naira, my offering finished, my everything finished. So the next one, I had to go out. After church, don't forget, I hadn't eaten since 11 a.m. the previous day. I was so famished. But do you know what? After that church, we were supposed to have meeting, AYF meeting. So it was when we were trying to have AYF meeting that I now realized that there was a small girl. And this small girl, they interrogated the girl. The girl said she came to the school with her mentally deranged mom, and that one left her there since Friday. So in other words, since Friday, she has been sleeping or sleeping anywhere she likes, but outside. Friday night, Saturday night, before that Sunday. How she had been eating, nobody knows. Again, I found courage to say, if this girl had survived since Friday till now, how much more grown up guy, just since yesterday, somehow the hunger vanished, to be honest. Moving forward, a friend of mine, who we are in the youth fellowship together, of course, I can't find a way to go back home. That's number one. Number two, I need to even eat before I think about going back. We went to his house. That was when he started cooking rice after the meeting. This rice, we ate this rice by 7 p.m. the previous day. Okay, we finished eating rice. How do I go? How do I go? Bros, I need 20 naira to go home. That 20 naira is to take me home and bring me back to school the following morning. I know that if it is Monday, we will always survive. We are students, we will always survive. So that was all he needed. But lo and behold, you know what happened? This guy went in and brought out 50 naira. That 50 naira was to me 1 million naira. The rest was history. Because I went back. Of course, that was my dinner at 7 p.m. That was my dinner. Came back to school, survived. But that weekend, in my entire life, I don't forget that weekend. Again, there is nothing God cannot do so long as you trust in Him. Again, after everything, I came out with fairly good results. I came out with good results. So, it was not easy. It was purely the grace of God. Fast forward. While I was in school, we used to do there's IT. I think they still do it now, industrial training, right? I did my industrial training in the company I work right now, as a matter of fact, but in Enugu. How did it happen? I'm telling my story, but it's a long one, but I'll try to make it as short as possible. Someone I knew where my dad or where we were staying, I wasn't talking to the person wasn't talking to me, but we know that we are in the same neighborhood. So when I started my IT, I first of all started with Anamco at the time. Anamco is gone now. Anamco is Anambra Motor Manufacturing Company at the time. I did there October, November, December, January, February, yeah. So this lady saw me and said, what are you doing in Enugu? I said, I'm doing my IT at Anamco. What did you study? I said, I'm studying accounting. I said, but there's somebody I know in Akintola Williams and Co. That's what the company is called then. My schoolmate. Why don't you just go to the office, ask the person that I was the one that sent you. I went. So and so person sent me. As God will have it again, I was shortlisted. They say I should write application for IT. I was shortlisted for interview or for test, because we wrote series of tests for test. Long story short, that was how I came in there. As if that was not enough, because of God, what God did while I was there. When I finished school and we were waiting for service, I had to go back and they absorbed me. While I was there, the next thing is, where are you going to serve? In passing, there was one man that used to work there. We were just discussing, and I said, I would like to start. I don't have anybody in Lagos, but I know the head office of my company, or the company I was doing my IT then, was in Lagos, or is in Lagos as it were. So, long story short, call-up letter came out. Here I am in Lagos. Okay. Do you know anybody in Lagos? Of course, I don't know anybody. What I mean, anybody in that company, I don't know anybody. I had to go. Again, I'm trying to explain this grace. That's what I'm trying to explain. I had to go to my boss at the time and say, boss, please, I have been posted to Lagos. This was in January. I've been posted to Lagos. I need you to give me a paper so that I can take to your Lagos office for them to allow me to do my youth service there. The man said, no, it's too early in the year for him to start begging. Those kind of things. I said, okay. Do you know what? Bring your card. Just write something on your card. I think that should be enough. Reluctantly, he did. So I came to Lagos, reported at the camp. The next day, I took that card to the office. The person I was going to meet, I didn't know him. But unknowing to me, he was the second in command at the time. So I went there, saw the receptionist. I'm looking for so and so person. They called the man. That so and so person is looking for you. The man doesn't know me. It's okay, give him phone. He gave me phone. And I said, sir, from this person, he said I should give you a card. As God will have it, the man didn't understand which card or what is in the card. He thought it was greetings card. That was how he asked them, okay, allow him to come. For me, I felt, if he had known that it was a card for employment or a card for placement, he would have given me an excuse. And if he had given me an excuse, just maybe, it wouldn't have been what it is. But the guy said, okay, keep it. When I now come in, I gave him the card. He said, oh, hey, okay, that he was the one that took that. He thought it was a greetings card, Christmas season's greetings card. I said, no, that this is what it was. Okay. That was how they put my name in. And again, the rest is history. I did my youth service there. Wrote the entrance, all the necessary interview and entrance examination, and I'm working there. And there I have been working for the past 21, 22 years. So, it's not been easy, but God's grace has made it to be easy. I believe that each and every one of us has that grace. All we need is to tap into that grace. If you tap into that grace, it will be as easy as possible for you. Let me, in a nutshell, that is my life. I don't want to speak more about my graduation experiences, because it's been, to be honest, it's been fairly enough. It's been rosy, I have to be honest. There are some challenges, but it's been, on average, I think it's been rosy, and that's why we are where we are now. For those that don't know, I work with Deloitte. Deloitte is a professional services firm headquartered in the US, and by the special grace of God, I am a partner in Deloitte. So you can imagine, I made partnership within 11 years, which had never happened. Again, grace. So I don't know how else to explain that. It is not me. There's no way on earth I could have thought that I could do it. But again, it happened. There are people, I must tell you, don't forget, there was a lady that I said helped me to be shortlisted, when I did my industrial training. This person was already in the employment before I did my industrial training. But lo and behold, I became a partner before this individual. Again, grace. That's why I said, I am a product of grace. And I believe every one of us here is or should be. But there are certain things we need to do. Don't forget I said, I made a decision that this is my direction, this is my focus. So anything I'm doing is towards that focus. And then I believe God saw my heart, saw the direction I'm going, and was making way for me. Now, in 2 minutes or 3 minutes, let me come back to the topic that I have been given. The theme that says, Future Forward, Navigating Professional Life and Entrepreneurship. If you look at this, there are 3 words I'm taking away from this. Navigating. To navigate. Then there is a professional. And there is the entrepreneurship side of things. What is navigate? When we say navigate, to navigate is to understand or deal with something that is complicated. There are other definitions, but this, for the purpose of the context of this class or this meeting, I had chosen this particular one, to navigate or deal with something complicated. So in other words, there is something that is complicated here. There is a conundrum here that we need to find a way of navigating. Right? So it is important. So what are those things that are complicated, especially at a time like this? We look at our professional life. I'm sure some of us are working class, right? Some are not, some are still in school, some are already working. So when I look at it from a professional life perspective, and I ask myself, who is a professional? What is a profession? Among several definitions of profession, I picked this just for the context of what we are doing here. It says it's a paid occupation that involves prolonged training and a formal qualification. Example, okay, I use myself as an example. I'm an accountant. I did my 6334. Over and above that, it also took me some time to qualify as a chartered accountant. So that is the rigor that you have to go through for you to become a professional. So it's not something that anybody can move into and start, say, I am a professional. It's something you need to go through. Prolonged training. Some other instances, there are also some vocation. It's not only the formal school as it were. There are also trainings that you can also do. So long as you have mastered that, then you are now a professional in that trade. Then, who is a professional? Of course, a professional is the person that engages in a profession. So that is one aspect of the conundrum that we want to navigate now. You're a professional. How do you deal with it? As well as entrepreneurship. Then I'll look at it let me come to entrepreneurship before I try to bring the two of them together. Who is an entrepreneur? Is someone who starts a new business or arranges business deals in order to make money. Often in a way that involves financial risks. It involves risks, of course. So, what is coming out here is, for you, when you talk about being an entrepreneur, you need to start something. You need to think of starting something. Maybe a business. Well, it has to be a business. Whether it's a trade or something, all put together as a business. Again, the objective is to make money. I will come to the issue of this money part of it, but the objective is to make money. And it involves risks. So in other words, you as a person, the entrepreneur, you need to take risk. You need to take calculative risk. There are risks in business, so you need to take those risks. As an entrepreneur, you must also possess the quality to harness the various resources available to you. Because you are starting a business, there are a lot of factors and resources that you must have to bring into bear to make the outcome what any other person can feel. And you need the qualities to be able to harness all those. Without that, you will start a business, and this your business, or you start anything, and this your business will be there, stagnant, day in, day out, year in, year out. So I must also add that as an entrepreneur, you should be a problem solver. So this is where I said I was going to come back when we talk about the money. So if you're starting any business or anything, I think your focus should not be on the money. While that is the objective, but focus should not be on money. Your focus should be on the impact. In other words, the problem that you are trying to solve. And I always tell people, again, I do a lot of these engagements with the youth in my village as well. I tell them, if you look around you, there are a lot of problems. In Nigeria, as we are right now, we are protesting because there are problems. Am I correct? Hello? Are we together? We are protesting because things are not working the way they should. In the midst of these bad governance, in the midst of these problems, do you believe that people genuinely, I'll still come to the other side, genuinely are cashing out? In the midst of all these problems, people, young people, are cashing out. So all we need is to think, be innovative. What is the problem within my immediate society? What can I do to solve a problem? To solve that problem. If you're able, you may be that you cannot do it alone. You need to get somebody to partner with to solve a problem. It is in the bit of solving the problem that money can come in. But if your focus is on money, you're not thinking of the problem you're solving, you'll miss the mark. You'll miss the mark. So it's important that whatever it is that we are doing, we need to think about what is the problem that I want to solve. The truth is, and I cannot overemphasize that, problems abound. Challenges abound. Everywhere. In your village, in your community, everywhere. Is the ability to think through what are these problems and how can someone get into it to deal with it, to solve it, that is lacking. And that is why most of the youth, let me reiterate, some of the youths are now going into the get-rich-quick syndrome. Yahoo, Yahoo. Which other thing? There are other things they call it. There is what they call, for the benefit of the people not hearing it, Okite. There is all this ritual. People now go into, young boys now go into ritual. I'm like, did they ask the people, their forefathers that went into rituals, how far that they are going back to these kind of situation right now? There are a lot of vices happening now because they have looked at it. I've just given you guys my own travel. You now see a youth who is maybe 25 or 26. He wants to be like me, for instance. There was a process. There is a process that you need to follow. You cannot, after class 1, is it not when you go to class 2? After class 2, you go to class 3, and then so on. Can they give birth today and the person will start working? It's not possible. It is not possible. So I always encourage the youth. So long as you're dedicated, so long as you are focused, you will live a comfortable life. So long as you're dedicated, you know what you're doing, you know where you are going, you will live a comfortable life. But the problem is that you want to jump from class 1 to maybe JS1. When I mean class 1, I mean from primary 1 to JS1. It's very difficult, and I would discourage anyone, at least from this circle, from doing that. Go through the normal channel and you will definitely get to the top. Definitely. Definitely you will get to the top. So long as you have applied all the tenets that is required. I had mentioned in passing innovation. As they say, that innovation is the mother of all inventions, right? So, I will encourage every one of us here to think differently Because at times, what it's difficult, if I must say, to say that there is anything you will get or you do now that will be totally new under the sun. Because they have all done it before now. All you need to do is to say, okay, what can I do differently from what is already on ground? How do I do it differently? I'll also tell people in my organization that it is not how far, but how well. In other words, as far as I'm concerned, working hard in the real sense of working hard doesn't exist any longer. Because if it is by working hard, all the alagboro, what do they call them? All those people that carry truck, all those people that do heavy work, they would have made all the money better than all of you that are sitting in an AC building here. So people at times will tell me that they were working till 10 o'clock. They were working I said, why? That tells me that you are not utilizing your time very well. That tells me that you're not being efficient. So in other words, it is all about efficiency. How can I get this job done faster, but the quality is still there? The quality is not eroded. So that's where the innovation comes in. What can I do to make this process shorter? The substance is still there. In other words, the quality is still there. So it's very important. Okay, so when we talked about paid employment earlier, which is profession or professional life. Most people work 8 to 5, right? 8 to 5 paid job, normal. In that setting, in those settings, the employee or the employer rather tells you what to do, and you are bound to do what the employer wants you to do. I have also said, as children of God, it is important that whatever it is that you are being told to do, you need, hello? Are we still together? Okay. Whatever it is your organization wants you to do, please do that. Part of the things that an entrepreneur brings to the table, even when he's working for someone, is the ability to challenge status quo. In other words, you're being innovative. Remember, I talked about doing something differently from the way it was being done before, so long as the quality, the substance is not lost. But while doing that, the mistake most people do is that, no, this is not how it should be done. This is how it should be done. And if it is not done this way, you guys don't know what you're doing. No, you don't do that. While you're trying to bring innovation into that process, you need to carry your people along. In other words, even your boss, you need to explain to the person why you believe this is how to go. As soon as the person buys into that, the game is done. But where you come in and you want to tell them that, no, this is the way it should be. Or maybe you are coming from somewhere, assuming you are coming from somewhere, and that is the way they do it there, which is fine. You come into this place and you're telling them, no, this is how it should be done. They will also want to resist it by saying, this is how we do it here. So if there is no meeting point, two of you will be having problem. Before you know it, depending on who has more power, the lesser power will bow. And most often, it is the person that is coming in, especially if you have a boss, that will have to bow. They say, bros, it appears this place is not meant for you. But if you come in and you see something that you need to challenge and something that needs to change, get to the boss, explain to the person, because he needs to understand why this needs to change. And if he buys into it, then it makes life easy for you. Yes, I know. I'm wrapping up now. Okay, so is it possible to combine your 8 to 5 with starting your own business? Maybe that's a question the panelists will deal with. Maybe I should leave that one until the panel comes in to deal with that, because it's important for us to also think through. If I'm in a paid employment, can I also start a business? Or if I'm not in a paid employment, if I want to start a business, what do I do? So I'll leave that one for the panel, and maybe if the panel doesn't cover it, I will still be here, so I will find a way of bringing it up. But in other words, to excel in your entrepreneurship, you need to be focused. I think it's important I mention this. Focus on the impact. Focus on the problem that you are set out to solve. I bet you, and I can guarantee you, the money will follow you. The money will follow you if your focus is not on money, but on the impact that you are going to be making. The money will follow you. If your focus is on the money, it may come, it may not come. And if it doesn't come, it will not come again. And most often, it wouldn't come. Build trust. And of course, integrity. In everything, both whether you're in a paid employment or on your own. It is important that your yes is your yes. Your no is your no. Very important. That is what distinguishes you from the other people. Most especially, if I have to make it that way, when you're on your own. Don't forget, when you're on your own, you are your own boss. You are your own boss. If you are in paid employment, you can leave this job and go to another company. But if you're on your own, you cannot leave that job to another one, because if you leave it, it's gone. So it is important that your yes is your yes. Trust, integrity. And please, if you are, in both cases, but mostly if you're starting a new business, always have your SMART goal. I'm sure we understand what I mean by the SMART goal. The SMART. S is what? Specific. M. No, measurable, correct. A. Correct. R. Relevant, okay. What else? I'm looking for another word. Responsible, yes. I'm looking for another word. Resilient, yes. There's a particular word I'm looking for. But what did you say? Okay. All right. No, that's fine. Respect. The word they are all correct, but the word I was looking for is realistic. Realistic. And then T, town bound. So, very important. Whatever it is you are doing, there was a time, let me rewind a bit. There was a time, okay, I hadn't gotten married then. At the end of, remember, I don't know whether they still do it. Me, I don't do it again. But I don't know whether they still do this New Year resolution. I don't know whether they still, but then, before I got married, I used to do it. I will give myself maybe 5 or items that I want to achieve this year. What I want to achieve in a particular year. Come May, come July or something, I'll just ask myself, how far have I gone? Again, this is me, so I'm not going to be lying to anybody. I'm telling myself, where am I? So in other words, these SMART goals, it's important that there is a regular evaluation and re-evaluation for you to be able to know whether you're on the right track. At times, what you set out, there may be some changes, so you need to go and amend stuff. Okay, my last point will be that if you're starting your own business, of course, where we are, start small, but scale up as fast as you can. Start small, but scale up as fast as you can. I will conclude this by saying that you need to be focused. You need to be disciplined. You need to be dedicated, and you need to be committed for all these to come to fruition. Let me give you one last story. Not a story per se, but just when I talked about scaling up as quickly as possible. Somebody started a business, or somebody set up a business for someone. The expectation is you use this business to ramp up, to do more things, to stock it up. This individual, yes, there are challenges, family challenges or whatnot. Two people actually. One person, the same scenario, but the first person was using that business, the proceed from that business, to solve family problem. The second person was using the same proceeds to stock up. In other words, plowing back, that's the way we use it, plowing back the proceed into the business. One other person was using his own, anything that comes out, my family, they are suffering, let me go and sort them out. This other person, yes, my family is suffering, but I need to stand first before I deal with it. Perhaps I will leave you with the story, with the question of who do you think will fare better in business? Whether we like it or not, family problem can never finish. Family problem can never finish. It happened to me because I suffered. I took a decision that my people, my younger ones, my family will not suffer. I could remember when, before they mentioned the amount, I don't have it though, because I have access to where I can go and borrow. I'll go and borrow and give them. Do you know what? It got to a point, they now decided, they thought that it's somewhere. That just mentioned it, the guy will go and bring it out. Meanwhile, I was going to borrow to sort it so that I will now use my salary to be paying. But because I was doing that, the impression registering in their mind, my son is in Lagos. My son is in Lagos. Just tell him, and when I got that understanding, I had to find a way of easing up to say, guys, no day. Right? So it's important for us, but there will be a level that you will get to after you have built yourself. Whether you like it or not, I ask myself a question. If I'm not there, will these people die? The truth is that they will not die. If I am not there, if you are not there, will they die? The answer is total no. So why don't you stand so that you have the muscle to be able to fix them? If you are still struggling and everybody is dragging you, they will pull you down and all of you will go back to square one. So with this, I want to leave you guys and I hope I've been able to put one or two to you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I hope we got value from this session. We have more in store, but I want to give us the opportunity to, ask questions based on what we've heard. I saw that a lot of us were, writing down questions, but what Mr. Abraham has shared with us today has really been insightful. He talked about, building patience and perseverance as young people, which is, even me as a young person, I can relate. It is one thing that is lacking in this generation, right? As we said, it's a journey. Some people are ahead of you, you are behind. So just make peace with that and know where you are going to, have the vision in mind and keep building, keep pushing. It only gets better onward. So please, if we have questions, just put up your hand. We'll give you the opportunity to speak. If you don't want to, stand up and talk, you can just jot it down and we'll read out the questions for you. Our ushers are around to, pick the questions. Please, I know that we have questions, so you can just raise up your hand. If you also have opinions, maybe something you feel you can add to what he has said, please, you can. Okay. Thank you so much, sir. We really enjoyed yours. Okay. Somebody has.
Thank you so much, sir, for this very engaging and insightful session. So my question comes from the part where you mentioned that when you are in an organization, you should do what your employer wants. And then right after that, you said, be innovative, challenge the status quo. So it came in as a conflict in my head immediately. I mean, do what your employer wants, challenge the status quo, and then what we are doing in Nigeria right now, challenging the status quo, and obviously it's looking like it's not working. But then again, at some point you mentioned, finding a meeting point. And I think that it is a very challenging thing to find that meeting point, because there are some people in the workforce that sit on innovation. They want things to, go the way that benefits them and all of that. So when you're in a space like that, how do you actually find that meeting point where, you meet your boss and say, okay, this is what I think, can we do things differently? Or you have a boss that is not receptive to, opinions. How do you actually navigate that situation?
All right, thank you so much. And that's a very interesting question. Practically, you are spot on, because it happens a whole lot. First of all, I said, in every organization, they have what they call SOP, Standard Operating Procedure, which is, this is the way we do things, right? So what I was trying to say is, when you come into an organization, please, this is a lay down. You need to understand what this organization does. If you understand it, follow through it. You cannot just come and start changing things. It is when you have tried to do what they say you should do, then you find out that, no, this can actually be done differently. So that's on the first part, as to whether you should do what they say you should do. Of course, I think they have a standard. And in their mind, there has been arguments around this. In their mind, that standard has brought them to where they are. So there have been arguments as to why change the winning team, kind of. But I don't buy that, because yes, it has brought you to where you are now. But if you are more efficient, it can actually take you much further. So please, when you get to a new organization, try to understand what is going on, and even understand why they do what they do. Because at times, understanding why they do what they do will help you appreciate why they do what they do. Right? Then, the other one will be changing things. And that is where the big problem is, especially if you have a boss that is not receptive to change or innovation, as it were. That could be difficult, but what I think, just like in every relationship, is that communication is very important. If you are going to communicate to your boss with the understanding that I just came in, I have better ideas, he will shut it down. But if you're coming from the standpoint of, sir, this is good, right? If I do this, we are going to get this to this destination. But have we tried this? If we do this, maybe it will not take us as long time as where we want to be. Or rather, as long time to get to where we want to be. But we'll still achieve the same result. But it's important, like I said earlier, understand why they are taking that route. It is when you understand that your own input will now be meaningful to him. If you are now telling him to go this way instead of going this way. Don't forget there is a power play everywhere. Any boss would not want a subordinate to be seen as, I don't know what I'm doing, something like that. So just find a way. If it doesn't work, you can also look at, is there any other person in the organization that you need to confine it, you need to talk to see how they can help you manage that situation. I think you brought it into Nigeria. I think Nigeria is a bit, Nigeria is a bit disconnected to what I was trying to say, because Nigeria, some people, let's leave Nigeria. Let's leave Nigeria so that we don't get into more complexity, right? But what I mentioned, what I said is that the fact that Nigeria is what it is today is an opportunity for all of us. If everything is working well, there will be nothing to solve. There will be nothing to solve. But because there are challenges, that is an opportunity for all of us to be able to make money, to be able to solve those problems. Let me tell you, there was a guy in my place, in my village. Do you know what he does? He goes to the farm, cuts trees in the bush, cuts trees, put it in some sort of firewood or something like that, and bring it back. Some of these people that cannot go to the farm will now be coming to buy firewood from him. If he tells you this bunch is 1,000 naira, you have no choice. The only choice you have is to go to the farm, and you cannot go to the farm. Either because of laziness or because you're already aged. All those kind of this. So there are a lot of problems. So just find a way of solving them. That's, for me, I think that's... any other one?
I have a question. It's quite different from probably what we are saying. Okay, so somebody called me yesterday. A young boy, so he was saying sort of things. And before yesterday, the mom called me like a week ago, telling me, talk to this boy. He's doing this, he's doing that. So what is he doing? I wanted to drop out of school because he feels that, okay, he has this plan that he wanted to do this, want to eventually into business. So he feel like going to school is going to waste his time. So, but the mom wanted him to go to school. The case is not because there's no money to fund his education. Just that the boy himself doesn't want to go to school, at least now. He wanted to do business and later on, he now go to school. So, when he called me yesterday, I was like, why do you want to do that? Why don't you want to go to school? He said some certain things. I asked him, are you sure it's not peer pressure? Because he mentioned peer pressure. I was like, are you sure it's not peer pressure? He said no. I said, so why are you so much interested in going to business and make money and not that? He kept quiet. He didn't say anything. I was like, okay, give me today, I will get back to you. So me, I'm asking this question as an advice to him. Right? So I want to hear from you. What could you actually tell somebody like that?
So, I have people like that a lot. The truth is that it's peer pressure. I engage with a lot of youths in my place. There was a time their slogan was, school is a scam, Abi. Oh, is it here too? Okay, maybe it's everywhere. They say school na scam. I don't understand that. But it is what it is. It is peer pressure. Honestly, from the look of things, it will be difficult for you to bring out that individual from that shell or that route that he is taking. It's difficult. So what you can do, in my view, when he says he's doing business, he wants to do business, does he need money to start business, or does he want to go into apprenticeship? That's number one. Because if you're going into apprenticeship, it means you're going to learn the trade and with that, I have no problem. In fact, I've called a lot of boys there to say, guys, you don't want to go to school. What do you want to do? Plumbing. Oh yeah? Look for somebody, I'll sponsor. Electrical. Look for somebody, I'll sponsor. Go and learn something. You must, if you don't want to go to the 4 walls of school, no problem. I've also told them, it's better for you to finish, become a graduate, and then go into business. Or go into any other thing. In fact, as a matter of fact, right now, my philosophy is, as you're going to school, look for a handwork that you'll be learning. As you're going to school, look for a handwork that you'll be learning. If it is how to make anything, there are a lot of them. So that before you graduate, you already have something. My daughter, I'm sure some of you know her. I've also encouraged her. She's doing all this. She does bag. She does clothes with wool. Crochet, yes. So I'm encouraging her. While she's going to school, do all these other things. So I'm not a fan of only go to school. Then you finish school, you start, you start looking for a job or something like that. Yes, that's fine. But that school you're going to will help you. You wouldn't know when it will help you, but it will certainly help you. So if the guy wants to go and learn trade, please encourage him. If he wants you to give him money to start business that he didn't learn, that he doesn't know the intricacies of the business, chances are that money you're going to give him, he will come back for another money. Chances are that he will come back for another money. So think through it, and then maybe you encourage him to go and learn a trade, or learn a skill or a trade or whatever it is, and then let him continue that way. Everybody must not be a graduate. That's the truth. That's what I've come to realize now. And you cannot, immediately they switch in that this thing of school is scam and whatever it is. So that would be my take.
Thank you so much, sir. Please, another round of applause. Thank you. So we are going to go into the next, session for today. But before then, I can see that it seems our attention span is dwindling. So we have a very short game. We're going to play a very short game but there is a prize, a catch, a very good prize to be won. So please, media, please can you put up so there's a QR code. I would also be sending it to the group chat, to the youth group chat for those of us that are there. So what you would just do is scan the code. A group of questions will come up. So it's just like to strengthen our minds and to give us like an idea of the next session that we have, which is the main cake. So we've just had like the icing on the cake, but we're going into the main cake now. So media, can you also please help me put the link on the group chat? So for those of you who are on the group chat, you can, I will just wait for them to put it on the group so that we can start at the same time. Because I can see we're having challenges with scanning the code. So very quick game, about a minute or two or less, we'll be done with it. And just to give us like an overview of what we are going to be getting ourselves involved with in the next 1 hour plus. So the link is on the group. Let me just confirm that the game has been launched and then we'll start. Have you launched? Okay, so we can click on the link, scan the QR code, and then get ready. It's a fastest fingers game, actually. One winner would emerge. So you put your name, and you are ready. So it will tell you, get ready, then your name. Please put your actual name so that we know the winner at the end of the day. If your name is not there, you won't get your prize. So please, I hope everyone is ready. Okay, so they said I should count down. So at the count of 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please read carefully. Oh. There's also a timer, so you have to be fast. The next question is out again. Make sure you're not using glue. That's why I said make sure you're not using glue. So So we can see the winner. Can you show us who is the winner? Me, I finished 7th. So please, if you know you finished first. So maybe later we'll get the results, but I hope we enjoyed this. For me, I finished 7th. So if you know you did, who took first position? I'm thinking AK. Who is AK? Who is AK? Please, who is second? AK. Please. Okay, I can see that we enjoyed that session. So, yes, aside the fact that it's a game, you can see that most of the questions are actually relating to what we are here for, career and okay. Well, later we'll get the winner for this game. So, thank you so much for being here. We will go into the next segment for this program, which is the panel session. We have about 3 seasoned, professionals, experts. They are blazing the trail in their respective fields. Each of them, the panel session has been designed such that we are talking on career or your professional life. We're talking regards entrepreneurship, and then we are also talking about one important segment that sometimes it's something we don't really look at in the broader sense, but it feeds into, is the foundation of everything that we do at the end of the day, which is, internships and graduate opportunities. So not everybody can or will have a career. Not everybody would, have a business. For some of us, we might be called into, the academic life. For those who, at the end of the day, would be raising future leaders, as lecturers and, as academics. So those are like the 3 broad sense of this next session. We can see our 3 beautiful resource persons who are already there, who are, you can see their faces. They're also here with us in the room. So the very first person, in no particular order actually, would be, introducing them. Miss Bemisola Takuro. She's a seasoned grant writer and project manager with 7 years of experience in tech, social enterprise, and non-profit sectors. She currently works at Riska Consulting, where she helps the organization secure funding through compelling grant proposal. She holds a BSc in quantity surveying from the University of Lagos. She has, diverse background, which also extends to entrepreneurship. She co-founded Smart Spend Plus, a startup focused on helping organizations achieve financial sustainability through grants and proposal. She is passionate about writing, mental health, and innovation. Bemisola is driven to solve real-world problems through technology. Her leadership roles are in organizations such as Smart Office USA, Trestle Academy Ghana, Project Enable Africa, and Recyclers, coupled with her involvement in global youth movements like ISEC and International Connectors. She has honed her skills in team building, communication, and problem solving. She also happens to be, an alumni of prestigious platforms such as the Young Professionals Network, Commonwealth 100 Open Source Leadership, YALI West Africa, MEST Africa, POWEN, and Grow with Google Scholars. She has made a significant impact, including implementing a drug abuse sensitization project, reaching over 500 students. She's a certified grant writer. Her career is marked by numerous achievements, and she's committed to creating positive change and achieving remarkable results. Please, with a rounding ovation, let us welcome Miss Bemisola for, to be on our panel today. She will be anchoring the graduate opportunities. You can sit in. She will be anchoring the graduate opportunities, aspects of this. As we've heard from her profile, she's actually very seasoned, and we hope to get the best out of her. Next is Mr. Akachukwu Okafor. Fun fact, how many of us have heard of Shortlast? Okay, I would have asked that in the poll or put it up. So, Mr. Akachukwu Okafor is a seasoned tech industry veteran, renowned for his track record of driving profitability and scalability in product development, as well as fostering high-performing engineering teams. With a remarkable 12 years of experience in the technology sector, including 7 years in leadership positions, Akachukwu's expertise is unparalleled. From 2019 to 2021, Akachukwu served as the Chief Technology Officer for Schoolable, where he played a pivotal role in shaping the company's technological landscape. As the founder and Chief Executive Officer of GetPay Technology Solutions Limited, he has demonstrated his entrepreneurial spirit and visionary leadership in driving the company's success. For the past 22 months, Akachukwu has held the esteemed position of CTO and co-founder of Shotless. In his role, he has strategically led the product, IT, and engineering teams, spearheading the development of over 6 innovative products. Akachukwu's visionary guidance has been instrumental in shaping Shotless' trajectory and positioning the company as a key player in the future of mobility. Beyond his technical prowess, Akachukwu possesses exceptional leadership and management skills that has propelled his teams to new heights. His ability to communicate effectively and solve complex problems with ease has garnered the respect and admiration of colleagues and industry peers alike. With an unwavering dedication to building the future of mobility and finance, Akachukwu remains at the forefront of technological innovation. His passion and commitment are evident in his every endeavor, making him a driving force in shaping the digital landscape and revolutionizing the way we move and transact. In summary, Akachukwu Okafor is a visionary leader and tech industry veteran, renowned for his ability to build profitable and scalable products and foster high-performing engineering teams. With a proven track record of success and a deep understanding of the mobility and finance sectors, Akachukwu is dedicated to shaping the future of technology and driving transformative change. So please let us, put our hands together again for Mr. Akachukwu. Yes, so we heard his profile, and you can see that it's something to really make a wow out of. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much. So he will be telling us more as to how we can, start a profitable and scalable business. Like our guest speaker had mentioned, Mr. Abraham, it's one thing to identify a problem, it's another thing to start, and it's also another thing to scale. Because, there's something called business failure. You can start a business, and at the end of the day, it doesn't really go well. But regardless, we also have to, look out for those opportunities and solve those problems. So the third guest speaker is Mrs. Tari Albert, one of our very own, member of this church, and she has, graced us today. Ms. Tari is currently the Human Resource Manager of Cranborg Construction Group, which includes Lubric Construction and other legal entities. She is an astute human resource professional whose skills and expertise span across various industries, including oil and gas service, health, engineering, and forklift operations related to fast-moving consumer goods, automobile, and construction. Tari is a certified global human resource professional with educational background in psychology and nursing from Houston Baptist University, Houston, Texas, USA. She's a member of the Human Resource Certification Institute and Society for Human Resource Management. Her areas of expertise include, but are not limited to, employee and industrial relations, career development and talent management, organizational development and change management, compensation and benefits, and policy development and implementation. She has over 10 years of human resources experience supporting and growing the human capital assets of various businesses. Tari has developed policies, procedures, and processes that are tailored to the goals, objectives, mission, vision, needs, and scope of each business she has supported in the course of her career. At Cranborg Construction Group, Tari oversees the human resource department of the business, managing the employment journey of over 10,000 employees of skilled, semi-skilled, and unskilled workers. One of her major primary responsibilities is to ensure that the goals and objectives of the human resource department significantly aligns with those of the business at all times, starting from the recruitment process, the lifespan of the employee, and up to the exit process, with further developing strategies that enhance decision-making with respect to employee welfare and business growth. Working in a multicultural and complex socio-economical environment, it is also her responsibility to ensure that the policies implemented are applicable to all, with diversity, equity, and inclusion serving as the bedrock of HR practices in the business. Tari loves imparting knowledge into the next generation of HR professionals at all levels by facilitating HR courses for beginners, intermediates, and professionals during her spare time. She is committed to the works of her home, church, and passionate about her family life. Please, with a very, very, in fact, a standing ovation, let us welcome Mrs. Tari. Good afternoon, ma. Thank you so much. Okay. Um, well, this is supposed to be a panel, or it is a panel session actually, and in a panel session there is supposed to be a moderator, and I happen to be that moderator today. Because of the nature of this setting, you can see that it's a church, we're using the church also, there's really not enough space, so I might as well just stand and, drive this conversation. So thank you so much, SARS. Okay, Star and Math, right? Well, the preamble basically, or what we envisioned is we have people who are experts in this field, who also have a track record, meaning you have done something that is very visible. There are results. Mrs. Tari, you manage over 10,000. For some of us, we are coming from, or we are currently in employment spaces where maybe we are like 10, 15, 20, or even less than 100, and then we have this HR manager that almost everybody's afraid of. But for you, you work with over 10,000 people, and it's really something that we know we can learn a lot from you. So we just start for each and every one of us here, for our dear panelists, we just want you to give us little insights into your journeys in respect to, your career. For you, Mr. Akachuku, how did you start? Not really a business, because you look like somebody who is a specialist. You have the technology skills before you even ventured into building a product. And for you, Mrs. Bemisola, you are a writer, and you've been able to position businesses to get funding. Yes, funding is very important. And aside funding, for those of us who are, for some of us here, so a little bit about the audience. Some of us are already employed. But that doesn't mean we are not looking out for other opportunities. For some of us, we are not employed, we are currently in school, or we are even unemployed. Some of us are into that category. And then for some, we are still in school. So internships, how do we, build ourselves to become a product that the people in the world of work would be, be happy to receive or work with. So that's just let's just start with, talking about our journeys. How did we start? How did we get to? Our profiles were like up to 2 pages. For some of us, if they ask us to bring our profile, we might not even be able to put a line together. But that we standing. So we just want to know how you started this journey.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm so happy to be here. I've actually been to this church way back. When I moved to Lagos, I attended for a bit. So I'm not a stranger. And I'm happy to be back. So in terms of my journey, like you said, yes, I have a specialty in building products. And how did that start? It started way back in school. I remember a class when I did engineering, electronics and computer engineering from Unizik. And from year 2, we started diving into Java programming and all that. But the lecturers never really teach you. But just the very idea that there was something called programming, it piqued my curiosity, so I took it personal. I started learning. At those times, I think that we don't have cyber cafes anymore. Well, we used to have cyber cafes then, where you go and do all night and stuff. So I really just started learning, I was curious about it. Not really, I wasn't thinking about commercialization and all that, but what I wanted to do, and that would be, maybe that would form the three pillars I would like to point out about, the journey in being a specialist in anything. The first part of it is competence, right? So in that journey, what I wanted to do was build capacity to be able to build anything. I always wondered how these programs that we use in computer, how it works. So I read a lot of books, a lot of videos, did a lot of, so I was essentially self-taught. Until when I knew I was competent was when someone started paying money for it, and that's commercialization. When the best way to test that you're good at something is if someone is willing to part their money to pay you in exchange for that thing that you think is nothing. And then when that started happening, the direction was, do I be competent enough post-school? And I think when I was in school, I got a job in Lagos here, and I was down shuffling it at the time. But the question was, do I do this and, after school get a job, work somewhere and be okay? Or do I figure out how to build my own business? I'm surrounded with people that have built businesses, Igbo people, they have their own businesses and all of that. But then again, a different perspective that, okay, you have technology, but this is completely new where I'm coming from. But thankfully, because of the industry at the time, we're hearing stories around Paystack, people that were building their own businesses with technology and all that. And, I found it fascinating. Then I met up with a few friends then in school, Henry and Angela, and we decided to build a company together. And then I was responsible for building the product. It was intense. It was so intense. It was hard. We were broke for the longest time. We were just managing. But what we accomplished was that we built a school management system that we sold in the whole of Southeast. And part of the challenges that we face, which if I'm going to advise anyone today is, beyond being competent, and I think that's one of the questions I saw in the quiz, you want to be sure that this skill that you have, that you're in the right market where people can pay, top naira for it, in the sense that you'll be able to command value. The proof of value is that you can exchange it significantly. But then in the East, while we had a great software, people were still struggling to even collect school fees, to talk of paying for software. But we had a couple of contracts that paid the bill, but then we realized that, okay, this may not be the best market, we need to move to Lagos, at some point. And this journey started from, so I started my software development journey in 2012. But then this business, I graduated 2015, and then that's when we started. Eventually we moved to Lagos 2017. And then from there, we figured out that from trial and error that, okay, schools, they don't really care so much about result management, process efficiency. It's actually white people that care about being efficient in operations, operational efficiency. So schools really care about finance. So we zeroed in and then pivoted into helping schools do collections, school fees collections, loans and all that. And that's what gave birth to school level. And then that started working. And then from there, I decided I had a personal itch I wanted to solve. I think around 2018, I realized that most of the banking apps I used, they were just clumsy, just to send money. At the time, now, things have changed. To send money that time, you would have maybe, you would log in, you figure out where the funds transfer is, it was so clumsy. Especially GT Bank, it was just weird. And I'm like, I just want to be able to quickly send money and be done with it. So that itch caused me to begin to tinker with fintech. I built a mobile app really for myself, while also being in school level. But the idea is, I had a problem that I wasn't finding the solution for. And I started, and because I had a skill, I started figuring out how to solve this problem for myself. But then solving it for myself, my guy was also super interested. He's like, yeah, this is actually very nice, it's very fast. And then I had another problem where, just like the speaker that I met when I came in, and that's black tax, right? What he was describing is really black tax. I had that same problem where, they pay you, and because I'm such a nice person in my heart, people ask, you just keep giving and giving until you find out that you don't have transport again. So at the time, I'm like, no, how do I balance this? Where if someone asks me, I genuinely don't have. I'm like, okay, maybe I should build something like a dispenser like a money dispenser. So I put all the money there, it's not in my account, and I can't access it. And then the thing dispenses it for me weekly, so that I have it when I need it. But then if someone asks me, I genuinely don't have. And so I built that, and that's how that the Get Paid company started. But then from there, we began to iterate, morphed into, people became interested. We got interested from a bank, Sterling Bank, and then we partnered up, and that took off. But it started with just that idea of solving a problem for myself, and then morphed into a whole offline collection. And then from there, for short last, I met with Dami, who is my co-founder and the CEO. We met. The company has been pioneering, helping small businesses, from small to large businesses, move their people efficiently. So the problem basically is that up until now, the businesses that could afford to do staff shuttle, right, give their employees transport, were the big guys that can afford to buy a coaster, and that was a capital intensive and all that. But the question is, how can we allow every business have the same experience while at the same time not have that upfront cost, and then we put together a solution for that. So from SMEs, people that have like 5-man team, you can pay per seat. That's the innovation. And then up until big businesses, you can literally pay for the whole vehicle. And in all of this, you do not have to worry about the capex, right, of buying all those things. And at the same time, we provide you with operational excellence, technology to have visibility, and you actually only pay for what you use. So for businesses, it was like the best of both worlds. And then by the time we started the operations, we got a lot of interest from, at the time, right now we move Tech Expert, we move InterSwitch and all that, but the simple idea, the seed idea was just that businesses has always felt that they are being cheated, They don't know that maybe a coaster bus this evening is empty, or maybe 2 persons. And instantly it's been a concern. And then by the time they saw a solution that allowed them to have access through a portal to the manifest, and a company that is actually optimizing their cost. Like when there is a downtime, we automatically switch it to a smaller vehicle. When there is huge employee, we switch it. And the team, they don't have to do nothing. They just have visibility into all of that. So that was like a dream come true for the business. And then for the employee as well, it's like, so my company can actually now provide, bus transport for us. And then there's a company that cares. So anyway, the bulk of the matter was, it was a physical, tangible problem. But then coming in, it required a lot of technology to be able to make it happen. Because you have to think about efficiency for the assets, utilization, reassignment, operational excellence, route planning, the vehicle partner driver, because we are asset light. So in dealing with all of that, the team piques my interest, and that's the reason why I paired up with Dami. I'm like, Dami, you're so great with operations, and I love tackling difficult problems, and I'm bored with fintech. So let's go and do this, and let's see what happens. And that's what, and we're still solving it, but we've made significant progress. That's what that journey has been, to be honest.
Thank you. Fun fact, I use Shuttles for my daily shuttle to work.
Oh, wow.
Yes, thank you. So, Ms. Tari, he has spoken about, for those of us who have skills, this is like a notch that for any skill that you have, technology can actually help you scale, right? Whatever skill, even no matter how manual, or you think, okay, you are a tailor, or any of these things that we see around, actually technology is a great tool. So ma'am, please share for those of us who are career driven. I myself am a career driven person. We have challenges, right? But we want to hear from your perspective. For those of us here, some of us have not even had the opportunity to speak to our HR in our office because we feel that, oh, this person will just sack me. So please, can you be very, lenient enough to, tell us some of those things that, for those of us who are starting, or those of us who are already in the system, what are those things that we need to know, basically? What are those things that we need to know?
Okay, it's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate the youth department and the young adult department of the church. I'm a member here, and it's interesting when I was approached to come speak on this opportunity. I would also say thank you. I have a colleague of mine here. It's amazing. He's our legal and compliance officer at Cranebrook Construction. So Chisom, please say hi to everybody. And he's a newlywed, so it's amazing for him to be here. Thank you so much, Chisom. I've had quite a very interesting career journey, and seeing that I have worked in various industries, and coming into construction was really new to me. I never had. So November will make it 3 years I have been with Cranebrook Construction. And when I came into Cranebrook, in all honesty, my workforce was not 10,000. I came into Cranebrook with a workforce about 4,000. And in reality, in all sense of it, no one told me the challenges of the job. You know, I had actually at that time gotten a job with an automobile company in Ikeja, and I was working with them for 3 months when Cranebrook approached me. And I told the person who came on to me that it was just 3 months I was working with the automobile company, and I couldn't leave. And she said, Tari, I'll let you settle in, and we'll come back for you. She was someone I had taken courses, HR courses with, and we had done certifications together. We had built our career. You know, she had been with Cranebrook. In fact, she was in that role, and she was transiting out of that role. But they needed someone that they could trust to come into that role. The business was significantly growing. I had no idea. You know this thing they say that you are not aware of something until the day you face it, then you know it exists. I didn't know about Cranebrook, in all honesty, because construction was not my forte. I had been in oil and gas servicing, and HR found me. I didn't find HR. That's the truth. How I got into HR, I was a disgruntled employee, in all honesty. I worked in oil and gas servicing at some point in my career. I came back from the US after going to school. I was looking for a job. Even as a foreign graduate, no one was willing to give me a job at that time. I attended several interviews. It will surprise everyone. And I come from a background that my parents are very well educated, but my father does not believe in knocking people's doors. My father believed that if you have been educated and he has spent his hard-earned naira and dollar to send you to school, you should be able to transform all of those into now paving a way for yourself. So I came back, and in fact, it got to the point that I was asking for people to hire me for free, no salary. I just wanted an opportunity to start, and no one was. In fact, the only opportunity I got, the man said he was not going to hire me because I was married. He was looking for a single girl, unfortunately. And that was it. At that time, my father was retired. My mom was still in service, and she met someone. In fact, it was in the process of her providing help to someone that she just casually mentioned and said her daughter was in Lagos, newly back in the country, married, trying to settle down. She didn't have a job. And the man said, you know what, when I go back to Lagos, I want to see her, and I want to be able to see if she's employable. So he came back to Lagos and sent for me. And when I went, spoke with him, they organized an interview session, and I went for the interview. And interesting enough, 1 week after, they called me and they said they wanted to hire me. What I was asking for was a stipend. I wasn't asking for a salary. I just wanted an opportunity. I just needed my one foot in a door to go and show my worth, so that after then they can now tell me that, yes, I'm a valuable person, and now pay me what that value could translate to. And that's how I started building my career. I came in as a recruitment officer for them. And in the course of my career journey with that particular business, an opportunity opened up in health and safety. They were trying to get certain certifications, and the HSC supervisor at that time was acting up, so they let him go. And the consultant just came to me and said, Tari, you have a background in nursing. Why can't you do health and safety? And I took it up. I didn't question anything. I just took up the opportunity. There were trainings I paid for myself. The business didn't even pay for it, because I knew I was coming into a role that was entirely different from doing recruitment for the oil and gas service companies, Total, Chevron, Shell at that time. And so I prepared myself for this role. After a couple of months, I was made assistant manager, health and safety. But Also during that time, I just had my first daughter. And the business perceived that my efficiency dropped because I was a new mother. And they were not fair to me. They started questioning my competency on the job. I was receiving warnings, and I was trying to understand what those warnings were for specifically. No one was communicating to me. All they were saying is that you were not performing. In what capacity? In what aspect? I like what Mr. Abraham said in terms of an employer will tell you their expectations. We all have expectations as employer and employees. When I come into a business, I have my expectation of the business, and likewise the business primarily have their expectations of me. But no one was stating in clear terms what those expectations were that I was falling short of. And one morning, on a Sunday morning, I woke up and a colleague of mine who was in HR, she called me and she said, "Tari, where's your husband?" And I said, my husband was at home without me. We were getting ready for church. And she said, "Give him the phone, I want to speak with him." And when she spoke with him, apparently a mail had gone company-wide that I had been demoted without any formal disciplinary procedure, without any explanation. And effective the next month, my salary was also going to match the demotion. So I told my husband I was going to resign. And that was how I was a disgruntled employee, and that was where my hunger for HR came from. And because I was not treated right, I told myself I needed to go find out how to get things done properly. So the next month, in fact, that month, salaries were delayed because of me, because there was a debate over paying me a lower salary or keeping me on the salary where I was as an assistant manager. So the next month, I put in my resignation and left the business. And when I left, I didn't stay idle. I started looking for small businesses, both in Lagos and also in Port Harcourt, because I'm a Port Harcourt girl, that I could provide support to. I started studying the precepts of the labor law, trying to understand basic HR practices. I was doing my research, because then I told myself I wanted to come into human resources. And in coming into human resources, I needed to understand the confines of this profession so that I could do better for the next person. And that was what I did. So in that timeline, I did little consultancy for businesses that were starting up, putting up, procedures together for them, preparing their employment letters, the templates and all that, just so that I could open my mind to bigger opportunities. In the course of that period, I had my second daughter, and while I was on my maternity leave, because I won't say on a leave proper, because I was self-employed at that point and consulting, the same business that I had left called for me. And they wanted me now to come in and be their HR manager. I was in Port Harcourt. And it was a shock to me because, one, I didn't leave them as human resource manager. I left them as assistant manager, health and safety. But they had done their homework too to find out what I had been doing with myself in the course of the time that I had left them. And that was how I came back in December to work with them. And after I had my second daughter, and I was back in Lagos. Coming back to the business, I thought things had changed, but it was still the same, organizational politics, drama, a lot of negativity. And I just told myself, Tari, I gave myself 1 year, and I said after 1 year, after I soak up what I needed to soak up, I was going to exit the system. But I was not going to leave empty. I was going to prepare myself for the next place. So I went and immediately searched for those HR courses that I had been reading up about, but I was not certified yet. I saw the CIPM. I was like, no, the CIPM was the Nigerian one. It was too long. Even though it was cheaper, I was like, no, with my American training, I don't know how to go and do essay writing and all those things. Please, I want the one that I would just do multiple choice, yes, no, A, B, C. So I went and did the foreign ones. They were more expensive. And the interesting part, at that time when I was taking these courses, the business didn't pay for it. I paid for it because I was preparing myself for the next place. And at that time, people who found out were saying, wait till she won't carry this thing to, where will this take her to? But I knew where I was going to. So I did those courses, I passed, I did the first one, I did well, the second one I did well. In fact, it was at that point, the training school reached out to me to come and facilitate courses for them. So when it was like a little over a year, I left the business, I moved on into forklift operations, and it was on the mainland, but I needed core operational experience, HR operations, in terms of working with unskilled, semi-skilled, and skilled workers. If you know oil and gas, you know that they are highly educated engineers, petroleum engineers, mechanical engineers, and all that. Even the list of the worker has like all these big certifications and trainings and all that, but I didn't want that. I had had enough of that, and I needed to deal with a workforce that was not as, highly skilled. Even if it was your daily artisan, I needed that kind of experience. In all honesty, I didn't have an idea of where that was going to take me. All I knew was I was preparing myself, and I wanted to be ready for whatever that thing it was when it comes. I did forklift operations. Mr. Abraham said that, hard work is not staying there till late and all that. Mr. Abraham, I don't need to dispute you, but it's industry related. I mean, my colleague is here. There are times that we're at work Monday to Saturday, so like today we're all supposed to be at work, irrespective of whether you're a manager or not, because it is construction. If the man is out there working hard, and his work is what is bringing in the income, his production is what is getting all of us paid, why are we sleeping in our houses? In the course of my time in Cranborg, I've been woken up at 3 a.m. because there is an incident, and we're all not going to sleep because we need to resolve that till daybreak. There are times I've gotten to work on Saturday, and by the time I'm closing work at 2 o'clock on Saturday, they booked me a flight to be in Port Harcourt on Sunday, because guess what? A site has been shut down in Rivers State for like 2 days. And every day that a site is shut down means that we're losing so much money. Like my MD will say, a site shut down for a day is the salary of the whole company for 1 month. And imagine that kind of thing. There are times that I have had to be in the office till late, not because I didn't utilize my time during the day, but that task cannot be carried over into the next day. There are so many things that I tell myself that I say, this is not HR related, but I have kept an open mind to the responsibilities and the ever-changing responsibilities that are assigned to me. I have stayed consistent in my hunger for knowledge. So not because I've gotten to this point, I tell myself that it is over. Like Mr. Abraham said, we get to this point, and this is not the last bus stop. It's not final. We keep building ourselves. So people see you that you are the managerial role, and they think that, okay, that's all there is to life. That's not all there is to life. I want to be HR director someday. I want to be with like a multinational organization, probably in Greece or in America or in the UK, where, offices are diverse all over the world. And in order for me to get there, I'm still developing myself. I still have courses that I'm taking. I still tell myself, I'm one child that they said could not do it. I was telling someone, I said, look, do not ever let someone tell you what you can do or you cannot do. A lot of us, technology is in place, but how do we leverage on that to build us for where work. Your soft skills are very important. What are those soft skills? How do you build relationship in the work environment? What are your work ethics? Are you the kind of employee that maybe your boss needs 5 minutes of your time after work closes and you're like, I beg, oh, it's 6 o'clock. Like, we close at 6 because we're construction. Oh, it's 6 o'clock, oh, I beg, I'm clocking out, I'm going home. You do not see any need to even give in 5 or 10 minutes. And tomorrow you say you need to be considered for salary increase or a promotion. That's not high service. That has to do with the value that you're bringing in. That has to do with your soft skills, also understanding the requirements of the job. That also would help you be able to speak for the value you are bringing in when it is time for those appraisals and you know that you deserve it. It's not every time you go and knock on people's door to do that increase. We see those values people bring in. So we also need to understand what are the expectations. I like the question someone asked there. And, you know, when the person asked and said, you come into an environment and maybe you're trying to bring a change. As a new employee, have you given yourself time to understand the business? The cultural environment, there's a lot to it. It's not just the work. The people you work with, what kind of environment are you in? How diverse is it culturally? The people you're dealing with, how do they think? The boss you have, how does he think or how does she think? Have you come to understand all of this? And this is not what you would understand in one day. Sometimes it may take you 3 months at least for you to have that understanding before you now start trying to make application or apply value into that system. So it's not, how would I say, there are no standard or rules to it. But we need to understand every environment we come in, what is required by that environment, so that we also know that at every point in time, as we are soaking up the value from the system, we're also giving this value back in return. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ma. That was quite a lot. From all that you said, how you started your journey, and you know, do I say yes? That's another topic for discussion actually. How women, you know, face a lot of challenges in the world of work. Maybe later on we can have like a special women only, you know, career focused forum that we can also discuss, because it's actually a real thing. And for me, that I'm not even married yet, but every day, or not every day, but those are thoughts that actually go through my mind, like, oh, I'm already struggling now that I'm single. How much more when I actually have, you know, a family to cater for. So thank you so much. Again, Michelle, I won't really say you should take us on a journey, right? More or less, what based on your experience, you know, drafting, you know, letters of motivation, funding proposals, and all of that. What many of us here, I don't know if we know, or, you know, about graduate opportunities and even where to spot these opportunities and what important those kind of opportunities are. For some of us, you might not really be focused on, you know, getting a job or having a skill set. For some of us, we want to further our studies. We do not have the resources to do that, but we know that there are opportunities out there that we can leverage on, you know, to get to that place that we so desire. So just speak on that.
All right, thank you for that. Okay, so it's a pleasure to be here. It's my first time here, and while I'm going to start, I know you don't want to hear my journey, but my journey is part of this. So initially, when I started, I wasn't one of those children that knew what they wanted career-wise. Like, if somebody had told me I was going to be doing grant writing, and today I would have told them, no, it's not me. Because honestly, I started from, I want to be a geologist, to going to go and study quantity surveying, because at that point I wanted architecture, but you know how university is. University gives you what they want when you can't, so I had to go and study quantity surveying. And that was where I discovered that I did not have interest in construction. Like, my phobia for uncompleted buildings is high. No offense, I love the fact that you can go to the site, but I literally hated construction sites. And I didn't enjoy having to talk with all those artisans because quantity survey requires that you actually negotiate with these people to build houses. I didn't enjoy it. So I had to figure out how I was going to cope, because I was still in school. I think by my 200 level, I discovered I hated it. And I wanted to drop out, but the fear of my father is the beginning of wisdom. And so when I started, of course, I knew that I wanted to drop out, but because I was like, my parents would probably kill me, and I have siblings that are looking up to me, I decided, you know what, I'm just going to learn what I can learn from this course, and then I'm going to take the skills that I need and apply it into a different field. And I was lucky in the sense that I got to know about student organizations, and believe it or not, there's a lot, for those in school, there are a lot of student organizations. And I would advise you to join. It was one of the best decisions that I made. So I was lucky to join ISEC. And in ISEC, I got to learn about, I had to practice project management, practice HR, practice different leadership roles, growing in that space. And that was what made me realize that I had a strong interest in product management, in the development space. And so I was like, okay, you know what, this is my field, this is my space, and this is where I'm going to play. I did not have an idea of what startup or what idea. Yes, I just wanted to know, I wanted to impact people's lives. How? I don't know. And that was what started my journey. In the process of doing that, I had to implement various projects like sensitization and all. By doing all those small actions, this is what I'm getting to. In 2016, I got my first fellowship opportunity. I was still in school. And my first fellowship opportunity was, here in Nigeria, sponsored by the Covenant. And I went for it. And when I came back, it was really eye-opening in the sense that because you're interacting with a lot of people that are doing remarkable stuff. And I'm not just talking, I'm talking of young people. Like, when you meet young people that are doing remarkable stuff, you will say, me, sometimes I say I've not started. That's how I feel, because they have done amazing feats. So that was what started my journey. And so as I was graduating school, I somehow, thank God for mentors in my life. Somebody just advised me, oh yeah, you know what, you'll be a great fit for Yali, just apply. And I'm like, okay, is it not to apply? Let me just apply. And so I applied and I got for going to the Yali program. And when I went to the Yali program, of course, it was another insightful program, but it wasn't the program per se that was my key learning. It was when I came back, I had this skill of monitoring and evaluation, program management, development skills. And when I did that, I had to ask myself, okay, because I wanted to do tech. I got a job while I was in Yali, and I was not in Nigeria, I was in Ghana. And they told me to come and resume, and I was like, there's no way. I'm finishing school. There's no way I can come back to come. I like this program, and I won't forsake it. It's fully sponsored. Everything is catered to. I am learning a lot. And then it doesn't make any sense for me to come back now and do that. If they can push my opportunity for me, let them push it very well. And when I come back, it's just 3 months. I'll come back and start work. But they were like, no, I have to be there. You know how HR policies are. And you're like, okay. That's fine. You know what? I have to forgo this opportunity. I'm sorry, but I cannot do it because I have a different commitment at this time. And when you commit to something, you want to finish what you have committed to. So when I started that, I now moved into the next phase of, applying for job opportunities. And that was how I started at WeCyclers. Now, when I was coming into WeCyclers, the first thing my CEO asked me was, do you see yourself full-time? Because they asked for a business development grant writer. And I was like, do you see yourself as a grant writer full-time? And I said, no. That I only want to learn this skill so that I can own my own non-profit organization so that I can pitch and win funding. That was my goal. That was actually what started me on the journey of grant writing. And so when I finished my tenure, as I was living with Cyclers, something that is not in my profile is I have won over $500,000 US. No point blank for organizations. So it's something that I realized that as I was living with Cyclers, I wanted to go back into tech. That was my goal. And everybody was like, come back, come and write grants for me, come and apply for opportunities. And I'm like, but come on, this thing is, you have the hand, you are the CEO, you can do this better than me. Why do I have to? So I kept on running from the career path, literally, I think till like 2018. No, not 2018, about 2020 thereabout, which is when I started coming to terms and accepting that, you know what, this is God calling you in this direction. Focus on it. Build your skills here and help organizations, because my goal was impact. Why do I have to own the non-profits when I can help millions of non-profits accelerate their impacts? And that was what started my journey as a grant writer. And in the process of doing that, I have had to write grants. I have had to write a few scholarship opportunities. And in the process of doing that, I have come to realize three things. Number one, we don't do enough research when it comes to opportunities. Like, the opportunities are there. They are literally begging you to come and take it. Some of you want to go to US, you want to go to Ghana, you want to go to Canada, you want to go to UK. Funding is there. What are you doing to capitalize on it? That's the first question. Because I realize that when I have conversations with people, I'm like, okay, you want to go to Canada, you want to go to US. They have scholarship applications. They have fellowship applications. They have research opportunities. Opportunities are there. They are endless. There are opportunity portals for those who are searching. I can even tell you like 5 from the top of my head. After School Africa, opportunities.com, Opportunity Desk, Scholarships for Hila. There is a lot of opportunities portal. They are posting every day opportunities for you to capitalize on. They are having sessions for you to have. So sometimes I get that question of where can I find it, and I'm like, guy, have you used your Google today? Have you actually gone on Google? Have you subscribed to the newsletters? Because even as I yesterday, I saw that Chevening application for UK is open. Somebody else who said they want to go to UK. With Chevening, you don't necessarily have to have a 2-1 first class. As far as you have leadership skills, you have demonstrated volunteering opportunities, you can easily get Chevening. So it's very interesting when I see that a lot of people ask me that question when I'm applying for opportunities, and they're like, where can I find these opportunities? And I'm like, you've not used your Google. Even for funding opportunities for businesses, there are a lot. So there's 2 different types of grants. As a grant writer, there's the business grants, and there is the ones for non-profits. There are actually 2 different types of grants. And even with business, we have venture capitalist funding, and we have the normal grants, which we call free money according to everybody, where there's no strings, no ties, no equity stakes involved. It's quite interesting that organizations don't, like, I find it very interesting when I have organizations that are like, I need you to help me source for opportunities, and I'm like, have you really gone online? Or help me apply. And I can understand the application process, because if you are a business person, you might not necessarily have the time to actually do that application, which is why you hire me. I mean, without that, I probably will not have business to eat. So it is one of those things that I have to factor in. Aside from research, another thing I have realized when I interact with people on storytelling is actually storytelling. So when I interact with people of scholarship applications or business or grant opportunities, one of the first things they tell me is, okay, I don't know how to tell my story. And I'm like, when I start having that conversation with you, I'm like, okay, you have lived, assuming, well, in our 20s, 35 years, you've lived 20 years of your life. You mean you don't have a story to tell? I always tell people that scholarship opportunities, grant writing, is marketing on paper. If you cannot market yourself in person, you cannot market it to anybody globally. If you see Dangote tomorrow, what are you going to pitch to him? That's the core question you need to ask yourself. Like, if I meet Dangote, if I say I want to go to school. So most times what people do is we're asking for breadcrumbs. Just give me money, but you're not asking for the real value. Like, how can I be of real value to you? And tell you, oh, this is my business idea, or this is my opportunity, this is what I want, and this is how I would benefit your organization. When I left Wisaikan, as I was leaving Wisaikan, one of my friends, the grant that we won, which was King Badwin Foundation, I think that was 220,000 euros. He was going on a scholar, and he wanted to go to school. It was through that grant opportunity that they funded his scholarship opportunity. I can't remember the country. I think it's Ireland, one of those European countries. They funded his scholarship application. And like that, from the organization Recyclers, he left. He didn't have to, literally, you are not paying school fees because automatically the funding organization is catering to your school fees. Do you get? So funders are willing to sponsor talent, emphasis on the word talent, that are bringing value to them. That is just the core thing. So it is now left for you to build your professional experience, build your passion, build everything, and tailor your story and apply for those opportunities. But the opportunities are there. They are endless. And as young people, I feel like we can actually capitalize on them. This is the age and time to capitalize on them. In all the times I've applied for opportunities, the age limit is between 18 to 35 years old. Once you pass 35 years old, it's very hard for you to get, it's actually quite hard for funders to say, because they are more particular about youth. So they want to really fund young people. And you have it it's literally at your fingertips. So it's not every time you go online to check social media. Go online, take courses, subscribe to opportunity portals, apply. Literally, the sky is your limits. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So in summary, the opportunities out there, right? We all know. So aside, they are even on TikTok, our favorite apps. But aside TikTok, you also need to do your research. You need to, actually sit down, look out for these opportunities, learn to market yourself, sell yourself. You have stories that, most of these funders or organizations, graduate opportunities, there are a lot actually. So this is a wake-up call for those of us who are dreaming of, I want to further my studies, I do not have money. Regardless of your grades, like she said, there are a lot of opportunities that do not discriminate. As long as you are a talent, as long as you've demonstrated certain traits, leadership, expertise in a particular field, then these opportunities are actually available for you. Mr. Akachuku, so thank you so much. I'm coming back to you basically. So you shared your journey starting with when you were in 200 level, one of your courses, piqued your interest, and then you were able to develop yourself and start your technology journey. But now, yes, this is 2024. A lot of young people want to do tech. She said, even me at a point when I was in school, I wanted to do tech. But thank God for Grace. Grace found me and took me from tech. But now there are a lot of resources online. So basically now that there is a mind shift, there is a higher level of awareness. How would you, advise a lot of us who still have that passion, who still want to leverage technology to build our business, or even to acquire it as a skill, from programming to product development, and what have you? There are actually a lot. What would be the starting points basically for people in this category?
So thank you. Like you said, and like everyone also has said here, the barrier to entry is so low now. We have a plethora of courses, and not just paid courses, we have free courses. We have a lot of organizations that are coming up. I think technology is probably the highest employer of labor right now. When you look at S&P 500, the first 10 organizations, they are tech companies, with the exception of Saudi Arabia's Aramco. And I'm probably sure they use technology a lot, because if you see their monitoring room, they monitor every drop of crude oil. So everybody is adopting tech. So I think you start with, people should start with taking those free courses. That's the first step. Data is cheap now, there's smartphone. Then we didn't have a lot of smartphones when there was smartphone, but it was super expensive, the N895 and co. But now everything is so cheap. That's one. Number two, there is a lot of there's LinkedIn, professional social sites, where the moment you're making progress, you tell your story. Like she said, this is about personal brand and marketing. People are looking for, people are not especially for technology, they're not looking to hire someone that is good on paper. They're looking for people that can solve problems, can do it. And the assessment for that is really very easy, quick. So when you start learning, you start doing. What I would advise most people to do is you start by replicating things that you already see in your journey. Like, let's say that you're learning to build mobile applications, right? As you're getting better, maybe take up any mobile application that you use and see if you can replicate some aspect of it and use it and tell a story and share on your LinkedIn. Or if you don't have a LinkedIn, you set up one. And then that's the journey. But then you don't stop there. Eventually, an opportunity will find you, maybe an internship or something like that. And like she said, you'll be able to see companies that are looking to get IT interns. But what we see in Nigeria is that people usually stop at some point there and they become complacent or they become artisans. By artisans, I mean they start taking over all the job in the world. And they no longer, they are chasing 200K here, they're chasing 500K, and they no longer go deep, right? And that is why the technology industry in Nigeria, we have a lot of juniors, we don't have seniors. So when you need seniors, you start going to India or Europe or other, and that's the problem with I think it's the poverty mentality that is causing that, because yeah, it's true. The moment someone has something that can fetch money, they lose track. They start trying to get as much as opposed to just staying the course and going deeper. And that is what I would advise. If there's anyone that's still on that journey, just focus on going deeper, because that's actually where the value is. Not a lot of people are on that, and that is where you start commanding, bigger funds, bigger equity, and this is global, right? And then anywhere in the world, you can get a remote job. Once you start getting really good, you now start looking at these development communities and Stack Overflow jobs. You can be, I know a lot of people that are in Nigeria here and they're working for German companies and all that. And if you're interested in moving, you can. So one very important thing I would say is that everyone that is interested in, especially the software development part, you need to try as much as possible to take a basic computer science course. Because what most people do is that they get into building that stuff, but foundation is important. Without foundation, you're not going to go deep. So and there are free computer science courses and there are abridged ones and all that. Then if you're interested in product management, you also need to have a lot of project management skill while also being obsessed with existing software products and what makes them great, what you like. You need to spend a lot of time using other products so that you can get that you'll be able to perceive what makes products great. Why do people use WhatsApp instead of this other one? All those type of things. While you're learning the technical skill, you also want to develop the acumen, so to speak. So it comes naturally to you to know, okay, this is how we should do this because this has worked for XYZ. If you're interested in UI, UX design, then you need to probably have all the apps that there has ever. And the good news is that there are tools now online, right? What they do is that they take apps, they review it, they show you all the screens. Because you're not going to be inventing something that hasn't been done before. What you want to do is learn about all the ways people that have spent hundreds of millions of dollars researching user experience have done it. Master that one before you start ideating on your own. That's why you see, if you notice most Nigerian apps, they are very ugly and terrible. People are like, and then again, you see some Nigerian apps, the ones that are so good. And then, because when it comes to UI, UX, people love beautiful things and they love simple things. And these are principles. You can learn it. But you see, when someone learns small Figma or something like that, they just, take off. And then, so things like people need to, there's a lot of investment in going deep that I think needs to be done. And like, I think Abraham is Abraham. Like you said, don't chase the money yet. It will follow you. What you should focus on is going deep, telling your story, right? Because nobody will discover you in your house either. So you have a profession, you have a LinkedIn, make sure you're sharing what you're working on, telling your story, and then you'll see opportunities will start looking for you. And then also, as a child of God that has the Spirit of God in you, discernment is also important. You want to make sure you pray about things so that you don't jump into the wrong opportunity. So you have discernment. So that's what I would say about that.
Thank you so much. Again, depth and patience, which for me, I believe it's really lacking in my generation. A lot of us, we just want to launch out. We want to have the best things of life. You are comparing yourself to somebody that has 20 years experience, has worked for 20 years. You are still in university. You want to buy the hair of So it's good for us to be patient with ourselves, persevere as well, and dig. Okay, Madam Tari, my question now would be, for some of us, or maybe we don't have the passion for technology, we don't really want to travel abroad or jackpot. We just want to, start a career, but there is this perceived barrier that we think we have, maybe because one very common one is, oh, I didn't study a professional course, so I'm not a doctor, I didn't do computer science, or I don't have any technology skill, I don't really know anybody, so where do I start from, right? And I really want to start a career, I really want a job. So for somebody in this, in this scenario, currently, facing this, what would be like the first point, if you were to sit with that person, what would be the first point of conversation that you would have with such person?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Not everybody has an idea of what they want to do. I was telling someone, when I went to school abroad, we had people who came into school and they already knew their course of study. They started that. Maybe along the line they changed that, but they changed into something they knew. And then there were people, we used to call them undecided major. They would be in their final year and they still had no idea what they wanted to graduate with. And by the time they're about graduating, they will go back to all their courses and say, okay, which one have I done the most? Maybe it's biology, all right. They will now go to the counseling office and all right, okay, I'm ready. In the next semester, I want to be graduating because I've met the requirements, So with career is the same thing. Not all of us will go the route of a doctor or a lawyer or an engineer. For some of us, fine, primarily we have our degree. And in having our degree, it is the first step, that is the foundation we need. It already shows a level that you understand, you are a teachable person, you probably are adaptable. It also tells that you have certain soft skills that you can bring into an environment. Secondly, I would also go back to what Akachukwu and Mr. Abraham said. At that point, don't be in a hurry to chase after the money. I say that all the time when I see people who are starting a career or they're trying to make a transition. For us in this generation, we're always after the money, and oftentimes we ask for money that we cannot even match with the value we are bringing in. You see, some people will come into a system, and I've had that experience even in this past week, giving an offer to someone and this person is telling you, oh, I'm earning this and what you're offering me does not meet my requirements or my expectation. Meanwhile, what you're offering that person is actually higher than where they're coming from. But as a HR professional, I'm looking at you and I'm asking, you have not even showed your value yet. I can't see, what if you come in and within probation you don't meet the requirements? So in my mind, I'm looking, you are not even enthusiastic about coming to show the value that you are all about. And I think that is what it should be. I mean, we've called ourselves all kinds of names, Gen Z, Gen Y, Gen blah, blah, blah. Now it is Gen Alpha. I think my kids now, they say they are Gen Alpha. But we are forgetting to recognize who we are in Christ, the chosen generation. So why are we not identifying ourselves as that and now bringing that into our journey in building a career? So when I see people who are trying to start a career, I ask them first, what do you have to offer? And what you have to offer may not necessarily be the hard skills in terms of, oh, I am an IT person and I have everything it takes to be the IT, the tech person, or I have everything it takes to be, the data analysis or writer or as a HR professional. But I have the skill that, look, you can teach me and I can become whatever you want me to be. I am teachable. That is a soft skill. So means that, and it goes back to what I said, if you tell me today that, look, Mrs. Tari, don't pay me, as hard as that may sound, in all honesty, we are also not thinking of the value we want to soak up from that system and to build ourselves for the next place or build us in that part of professional life. We are so much in a hurry for, pay me, I want money. Oh, no, that offer of 150,000 is too small. What I was expecting is 250,000. And yet when I hire you for 250,000, seriously, your supervisor starts complaining from day one to the 6th month. and then I have to look at letting you go, because guess what? You have refused to prove your value. Then also, as someone starting a career, be open to whatever opportunities that are there. You do not know what would align with your interests. Seriously, it could be in admin, it could be in IT, it could be wherever. How open, do you have an open mind to take up opportunity? I said how I was in recruitment, an opportunity came for health and safety. I didn't shy away from that. I wanted to explore it. If it worked out, fine. If it didn't work out, all the better for me. I have tried something. But these days, a lot of us are afraid to try things. We just like our comfort zone. Just keep me in that corner that I am. Don't disturb me. Oh. If I call someone now and say, you know what, come and take an opportunity. I want to send you to be a site admin in Aba or in Umuahia. Some of you here will not accept it because it's like, Madam Tari, I'm not going to sit down in that AC office and everything. You are not looking at the opportunity you are soaking up. You are not looking at that door has opened for you to create a career path, probably in HR or admin. You are quickly looking at maybe the salary is not fantastic like I expect it to be, or, oh, you are sending me to a project site. In one of my jobs, I remember I got to the office when I resumed work, and there was no special office as a manager. They kept me in an open space. In fact, my team and I had a workstation. And I went back home and I told my mother, I said, they don't have an office for me. Oh. They are hiring me as their HR and admin manager. What do they mean? You know the question my mother asked me? She said, are they providing you with a work tool? Do you have a computer system? I said, yes. She said, have they given you like an official phone or something? I said, yes. She said, so what else do you need? She said, you have a table and chair, right? I said, yes. She said, so what are you looking for again? She said, my dear, even if it's a corner they put you, they've given you the work tools. Go and get the job done. They did not bring you to come and enjoy AC and enjoy comfort of an office to yourself. They hired you to come and get a job done. So are you ready to get the job done? And I went back to work the next day with a different mindset. I did not go back looking at myself as the HR manager. I went back looking at myself as an employee who was brought in to solve problem in the business. So some of us, it is the mindset that we need to change. We need to have like a shift in the way we see things in building our careers. So what I'm saying in essence, in summary, how open are you to an opportunity, whatever that opportunity may be, as long as it is not unethical or they are not asking you to kill somebody. As long as it's an opportunity that is ethical, that is, when you think of it, yes, they're not asking you to violate your beliefs as a Christian or violate your beliefs on whatever you believe as a human being. Do you see that as an opportunity? Because you don't even know where your interest will lie. And that is for us that don't know. Truly, open up to those opportunities. And for those of us who know where we're getting ourselves to, or we already have an idea of the kind of career we want to build or the profession we want to get in, how have we started leveraging on those free courses? Like Bemisola said, a lot of us are lazy about research. We don't want to find out information. We don't want to know what we need to get through that door or get things started. We spend all our time on social media. It is Instagram, it's TikTok and everything. In all honesty, the amount of time that we invest in these places, if we invest it doing research on how to build ourselves, maybe we will not even have this kind of platform. Maybe we will not even be discussing to ourselves. We would have another group of people that would have to bring this information to. But we are here, so we need to know how to discipline ourselves to be able to achieve what we want to achieve. As much as this is a cliche, Rome was not built in a day. Mr. Abraham has told his story. He didn't wake up to end up in Deloitte today as a partner. It was a journey. And that journey was, he looked for opportunities looked for him. He did not reject them, he was open. And he took them. We have the panelists here. Opportunities came. For some of us, we didn't know what we wanted to do, but we kept on moving. But for some of us, the moment we encounter a small obstacle. We want to relax. I beg, I don't tire, I know they do again. Come on. It's part of life. These are some of the things that are building us for the work environment. There are days you go to work and it's as if you want to pull all your hairs out. I have that experience sometimes. My colleague is here, Chisom. There are times I go and everybody in the business is fighting with me. Because guess what? Taria said this. And because Taria said, oh, that's what the law says and that's what our policy says and everything. And somebody wants to go outside it or around it. And I'm like, people want to put us in trouble. Oh. I'm calling Chisom. I said, Chisom, oh yeah, legal and compliance. Come and help us out. Oh. Maybe if you speak that your language, they will understand it better. Because maybe the one I'm speaking, they are looking at me like, after all, she's HR. What does she know? So when you are not open to all of this opportunity and start building yourself personally, how do you now want to go and face those workplace politics, organizational politics and all that happen? It takes a lot for you to build yourself so that you are preparing yourself for everything that is going to happen when you come into the work environment. So significantly, I would say, be open to opportunities. Let us be eager to do our research, and let us also find out what we need to start building ourselves, irrespective of the fact that whether we know what we want to do or we don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma. Okay, I actually have a follow-up question, which you kind of talked about. You talked about workplace politics and all of that. But I won't really frame my question as that. I would say for those of us who are already in the workforce, who are already in the system, from a HR perspective, right? What are the expectations that most or employers have as regards employees? That so I know that you for HRs, they usually design compensation and promotions, which for those of us on the other side, we're actually looking out. That's like the bait that keeps us going. So what are those? What do you think, for we in the workforce, what are those things that you think we should know, that we should apply, and then when we apply that, we are able to, follow through on that bit. We're able to get those promotions, we're able to get those raises, we're not doing too much to prove ourselves, because sometimes you can feel that, oh, I'm actually working hard, I'm putting in these extra hours, but you can be on a particular, for those organizations that catered, like you have grades and stuff like that, you can see somebody, he or she's, you come in at the same time, this person has gone 2 grades ahead of you, you are still on the very first grade that they hired you on. So what are those things you think we should put in place to fast track, basically, yes, our movements within our various organizations?
Okay, thank you. So this is not a one-size-fits-all. Every system has how they function. They have their processes. For some systems, it's formal. For some, it's informal. I've seen it all. I've been in systems where it is very well structured, very well organized, and at a particular time, there is a review done, and everybody sits with their manager. Each person will sit with their manager. They will do their review. They will discuss it. In fact, by the time you're coming out of that session, you already have an idea whether, oh, I did well in this past business year or not, or am I getting this promotion or not? Because it's going to be you evaluating yourself, your manager evaluating you with you present, and then your colleagues, which we call a 360, also evaluating you. So you are not going to sit and say, oh, they just made a decision without me. You're also aware, because even in your manager evaluating you, you are having this conversation. So the manager does not just go and sit down and grade you and submit. If he's talking about leadership skills, he's also discussing, and if you have not displayed those, he will give you scenarios clearly stating that you to let him know what you think. If you have displayed it, under what scenario have you displayed it, or circumstance? And then with your colleague, they too have an opportunity to evaluate your performance. So that's why it's also important with those soft skills. So you are not just coming and telling yourself, oh, I know book, I go school, but how are you a team member? How are you someone that there's a task and you're not the first person to just run away from work and leave everybody to perform the task, So these are the things that are important. But also understanding the terrain of the business, of the work environment. Like I said, it's not a one-size-fits-all. You can be in this business today and it is a subjective decision. Subjective decision in the sense that there are some businesses that will not have it formally written down that you will go through all of this, and it's a timeline for everybody to do an evaluation. I have seen businesses where management will just make their decision based on, you know, the managers coming to speak, you know, for their team members. I have seen situations where, you know, it is a scheduled activity. So you have to first understand the environment that you operate in. Where you are coming from and where you are coming into, or where you are right now, are two different places. If you come into this environment and they do things this particular way, you cannot assume that that is the wrong way that they are doing it. You need to understand that it's their way of their evaluation. Now, first and foremost, understanding your responsibilities. Every business would give responsibility for every role. And in also having that responsibility, I think one thing people fail to do is when they get their responsibilities upon resumption, they don't go and sit down with their manager to actually discuss these responsibilities. Nothing is cast in stone. So in you sitting down with your manager and understanding these responsibilities that have been written out for you, it would also bring out other aspects of responsibilities that might not have been stated. We call it your job description. Some people think that the only thing I should do is within my job description. As much as that is, I'm sure that there are quite a number of employment letters or offer of employment that will still say, you know, you are required to work over and beyond, you know, the exigencies of the job will require you to do this. There is always that clause. That is where that part that they did not state in your job description come in. Sometimes you have managers that whatever is in your job description, some people will say, oh, that is just a formality. What you are actually coming to do is not all of that. So I like to, when people come in, to give them the RJP, realistic job preview, to say, look, on a day-to-day basis, this is how it runs. We give you the job description. You have, yes, all of this laid out, that is the formality. But in addition to this, there are sometimes that you're required to travel. There are sometimes that you'll be required to work beyond close of work and all of those things. So sitting with your manager and understanding what he or she requires from you besides the job description is very important, and people get it wrong there. Some people come and tell you that I can't do past my power. I mean, I know if you do past like this, work don't close, they go out. And maybe that's the time that an important task comes up. Maybe for us in construction, that's the time that maybe they said there's an accident in Oyo Ibadan, and we have to speak with the contracting company, speak with the HMO, speak with the insurance company, because everything needs to be cleaned out at that time. At that point, we are pulling legal in, because guess what? We do not want a law case coming up by the time we're waking up the next morning, and someone will tell me in the middle of that, ma, 6 o'clock has reached, so I'm going home. Yeah, you don't understand the terrains of the job. So we understanding what is required of our job besides your JD, understanding the expectations of your manager besides what is written in your JD, all of this contributes to your performance and when your performance is going to be reviewed. We always think that it is reviewed according to our job description, not all the time. Sit down with some of your managers and ask them that question. When they are doing your review, they are not putting your job description in front of them to do that evaluation. They are looking at everything holistically. They are looking at your relationship with your team members. They are looking at, are you the kind of employee that, okay, things have happened and we've been able to pull and you've been able to deliver for the team. Those are the things they consider. And when they look at those parameters, they are relating all of this to those parameters on the evaluation sheet to be able to decide that, okay, yes, this one has delivered for us or not. Because in all honesty, what we do in any business goes beyond what is stated in. We cannot fully capture in its entirety what someone does in a job description. And that is the truth. Even for me, like I would use myself as an example. I have had to do financially related analysis. I tell them I'm HR. What I studied is words. I did not study numbers. So the other day I was telling someone, I said, at some point it gets to the point that I'm the one doing all the analysis, and then finance is the one doing the implementation. Because when it's time for maybe an organization-wide increase, which happened earlier in the year, I had to go back and do all the percentage. If we increase by this percentage according to the different designations and the different levels, you know, what impact that is going to be on the business. Nobody stated that in my job description. But guess what? It was required for me to do it. Would I tell them that I can't do that? No. Now, being able to do that and deliver that, and that is implemented, when a review is being done, those are things that they will consider as your deliverables, in addition to whatever you have as your job description. So please, let us not narrow our mind to only the confines of our JD. Let us always learn to think outside the box, apply ourselves outside the box. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark. Please, I hope we're getting value. Okay. Let me say that. So the question I have for you is actually speaking around internships, right? You mentioned that when you were in Ghana, someone reached out to you based on the skills that you had then to, so first of all, was that an internship? That can be classified as an internship because you were still in school as at the time, right? Okay. So it's basically how would you, you know, not really quantify or speak to the importance of, you know, most of these internships and, you know, volunteering for organizations, because I know that if you have to apply for these opportunities, like you said, you need to be a talent. You also need to demonstrate a track record of, you know, certain metrics. So basically, what is the importance of, you know, having to do those internships while you're in school, volunteering, and at the end of the day, how do they all tie up into, you know, you wanting to apply for those opportunities?
All right, thank you for that. So I'm going to use a personal experience close to home. So my brother, him and his friends, they're all engineering students. And he's currently, they just finished their exams this past week. He will be migrating to UK, full-time employment, and he got his job based on internship. He's working in one of the big 4 tech companies globally. And what he did was, it was internship. They specifically applied for all those Goldman Sachs internship, Meta has internship, those tech companies have internship. And when he applied, it wasn't one company, because please let me say this, be prepared to receive rejections. Rejections is not the end of the world, because I know a lot of people who get depressed and stop applying because of rejection. So I am letting you know now that rejections is a normal thing. Me, even as a grant writer, I get rejections regularly. And when I get that rejections, yes, it hurts, because I know how much effort and time I have put into it. But I also understand that rejection is not necessarily stop work. It may just be redirecting you to the right path and purpose for your life. Do you get? So you have to ensure that rejections is a norm. Put it at the back of your mind. If you get something that they tell you, I am sorry, that I am sorry is thank you very much. In fact, even send them a thank you mail that, please, can you tell me what I did wrong in my application? Don't just leave it as, they told me I'm sorry, oh, that's the end. And next year, you will still go and apply for the same thing. No. You can reach out to them, ask them, connect with them. They want to help you. If they are able to, they will give you answers and tell you, oh, this is what you did wrong in your application. So that going forward in future applications, you know what to do better. So yes, he got a lot of rejection. And then when he was applying for this one, he now got it. And funny thing is, when he got this particular internship, he also got Goldman Sachs. He now had to pick between the two, because he was now looking at the value proposition, that which one works with what I am going for. And this is where your goal comes into play. If you don't have a goal, please figure it out. Know your why. What is the essence of what you are doing? Why are you doing what you are doing? Have a goal, have a plan. Even with respect to scholarship applications, have a goal. It is what you would tailor your applications to. So yes, when he did that, he got his application, and of course, he successfully went there. Now, the thing was, he wasn't the only one that did internship. He was the only black Nigerian person working in that company. But for them to have retained him after his internship, because he came back when I was in Ghana, that was last year. He came back and they still went back again for a second internship. And then they finally retained him. For them to have retained him, he must have been offering value. That is the honest truth. Because there were so many other people. It's not just, it's the only Nigerian, the only African. So you have competitors of Indian, and you know that those people are more, when you want to say sound in tech, they are much more competitive. But yet it was only him they retained. So that was one of the things that I realized. Another of my friend, it was through volunteering experiences that she worked with AU, African Union. And when she finished, I mean, from African Union, you can imagine the other big companies she's going to work with. So it's just like, okay, I started out in volunteering opportunities. I went to go and do, maybe it might have not necessarily been a paid volunteering opportunity. It might just necessarily have been, what's it called, free. I just want to volunteer to help your organization. Why I'm saying this is because when you are applying for scholarships, I'm sure that many of us would like to apply to US, UK, Canada. They all have different specific requirements. And when you are applying for those things, one of the core factors is your professional strengths. What are you offering? That's the one thing they will ask you, like your leadership capabilities. What exactly are you doing? So they would ask you that question. You have to tie it back into things like internship, things like volunteering opportunities. For me, when I finished school, I didn't have experience in, the only experience maybe I would have said I had was, what's it called, in construction. But when you do your internship, that would have been probably, if I only went to school to go and learn school and focus on school, that would have been my goal. But that was not my plan. That was not the point I wanted for my life. So I, of course, volunteered. And I started volunteering with Isaac because Isaac, you would do that. From Isaac, I started moving into other organizations. Moving into those organizations now took me across various industries. Now I'm working with a US company while I'm here in Nigeria. It's not a very hard thing because I have learned that the one thing that a lot of us tend to fail at is that we are not actually doing the necessary work that we're meant to put into in terms of internship. We're not delivering the value. It's not we should not be complacent. When you are in the company, you should be thinking of what value can I add? How can I even better this company while I am here? How can it be that when I am leaving this company, because you don't think of it as the company. Think of it as, yes, it's also my baby. I'm also a contributor to this baby. So if I don't put in the effort for this baby to grow, of course, the baby is going to die. Simple and short. So you must think about it in that direction. And then think beyond the company. Think, what value is this adding to me professionally? That is the question you must think about. You should always have it at the back of your mind that there is a why. And my why, everything that I am doing, I told somebody, with all that I've achieved today, I still have not gotten to where I'm going because I know for a fact that I still have a lot more I want to offer. I still have a lot more things I need to do. So you have to understand that. And then also, in terms of scholarship applications, yes, you have Canada, you have US, you have UK. Each of them have different application on scholarship application funding opportunities. If you want fully sponsored, fully rigorous, very stressful, of course, all of them are stressful. But if you really want rigorous, go to UK. Because I get this question of I don't know what country to pick most times when with UK they focus a lot more on community-centered volunteering internship approach as compared to US and Canada. Canada and US tend to focus more on your merits of academics. So you are looking at, you must at least have a strong 2-1 to apply for graduate opportunities there. Aside from that, there are research opportunities. You can move from, because I don't know why we have this mentality that when I finish BSc, I have to do my, my MSc to do my PhD. You can actually move from BSc straight to PhD. It is there. And there's funding opportunities for that. In terms of scholarship worth, Canada has a higher scholarship worth as compared to UK and Canada. Government funding is US and Canada. Canada actually has a higher funding compared to US and UK. They would actually give you, from the moment you even apply, there's like a minimum funding government approves towards your scholarship application. But yes, the only issue with Canada application most times is visa. That's the honest truth. If you're doing US, think about it in the direction of, you are going to, US and Canada also requires that you have to send in letters to professors. Yes, you have to reach out to professors. But here's the catch. There are over 10,000 people sending those professors email. What are you going to do to make your thing stand out? And it starts from your subject heading. Because yes, plenty of people are asking, I want to come to your school to come and learn this, but what value are you proposing? From that email new title, how do you catch their attention? Because before they will open it, 10,000 emails. Let's face it, even me I can't go through 10,000 emails in a day. So it's some of those things that we have to consider. And like I said, tying it all down, if you move from internship volunteering opportunities, it takes you one step further. Like it gives you that, it builds that credibility. When you have that credibility, you can actually say, I have done this. In my scholarship application, I have achieved it. And it doesn't have to be a very big thing, because I'm here now, I'm sure some people are thinking, I have to have a startup. No. Or I have to have done one very big community. Even within the church, what you are doing in church right now, I organized this program, or I facilitated this particular program, this event, and ensured that there's a way you tell the narrative that it would, of course, they will be like, yes, this person is adding value. And that is the key word, value. What value are you proposing to this organization? And that is why I said you must actually build your professional expertise. If it has to take you 2 years to do it before you apply for graduate school, please do. Don't rush into apply for graduate school because I just want to go and study. Don't go to school because you want to go to school. Go to school because you have a plan of action, and this plan of action, going to school will give you that opportunity to achieve that your plan of action. I always advise people, somebody asked me that, you apply for a lot of things for people, but why have you never actually applied for scholarship opportunities for yourself? And I said, for me, I didn't have a clear direction of what I wanted to study. I have studied quite a lot of things. If I could tell you tomorrow I want to study tech, and then I'll look at it, I'm like, does it align? So I was like, no, I have to first know my own essence, what I want to offer, so that when I am going to school, I know that when I finish from school, the skills that I have learned, I can apply it into whatever I am trying to do. That was my own purpose. That was why I said I wasn't going to apply for any scholarship. I think it was only when I applied, and that time it was just, let me just do it based on peer pressure. Thankfully, I got rejected because I can't imagine if I would have practiced after I finished it. I already did QS. I'm not practicing. I don't want a repeat of that. Do you get? So you have to consider yourself and what is my plan? And then ensure that when you are doing that, you are making sure that everything is alignment with your overarching goal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bemisola. For me, thank you. So for those of us who are still undergraduates, right, the key takeaway from, having to do the internships and volunteering.
Sorry, not only on that,
yes,
even graduate opportunities.
Yes, I understand. I'm just trying to say that, doing those internships while still an undergraduate gives you the opportunity to expose yourself to, fields or even fields outside of your current course of study or within your current course of study. It gives you the opportunity to explore your passion, do a lot of things without pressure, right? Because by the time you come outside, there are a lot of things, clamoring for your attention. You are trying to know, okay, do I start working full time? Do I kick off my own startup and things like that? So it's quite important. And it also gives you that opportunity to build your value. We've all heard from our resource persons that value is actually very important. And the world as we know it is becoming super competitive, right? You can't be the person that, I have nothing to offer. You really, really need to build that. So thank you so much. I know that we already have, questions burning, but I'll just give Mr. Akachukwu the opportunity to speak one last time before we go into the Q&A session. So Mr. Akachukwu, I noticed that we've really talked about the skill set itself, you being a software engineer. I'm really curious to know, how did you translate this skill? How did you commercialize? Yes, you mentioned that, okay, you're able to sell your skill and build a business. So what are those things, like those, would I call it step by step, or the nitty gritty? How did you move from, okay, I can build this product, to actually selling it to people? Because that is like, there is a huge gap in that aspect. And that is why you mentioned that we have a lot of, you know, specialists, or you know, the tech guys who actually turn into artisans, because, oh, they're just trying to do those gigs and get the money, but they're not able to sell products. They're not able to bring out, you know, identify those solutions. They're just waiting for people to say, okay, I need you to build this thing for me, and then the person goes and sells it. So please, I would really want you to speak on that.
Okay, so there are two approaches. So first of all, as you're getting better in the skill, there are platforms like Fiverr, Upworks. There's something called Upworks. And like Mrs. Tari said, nobody would reject free, basically. It's out there. And what you're trying to do is to build a portfolio of accomplishments, you know. Okay, so when you go to these platforms, Upworks, Fiverr, even online, and you see, oh, someone wants to, you see people list all the things they want to do. You can also just register there. I know a number of people that do Upworks in Lagos here. And the idea is that you can even offer to do something free for someone. And the reason you're doing it is, look, I'm trying to build my portfolio, and you'll be honest about it. You know, because people like that as well. Once you have done a couple of things, you've built, it allows you to actually prove to yourself that, yes, truly, I can actually take this thing from zero to somewhere. That's one. Number two, you also collaborate, you learn collaboration. You know, a client customer relationship is also important. So you successfully deliver something, then you add it as your portfolio, then you showcase it. Look, I can do this stuff, you tell the story. And then the next one, you charge something more affordable if you want to go into that freelance pathway. But as you have accomplishments, things you've done, that begins to build your portfolio. And as you're sharing, especially if you do not have, if you haven't worked anywhere, internship or otherwise, then you need to leverage building relationships, social networking and all that. Then an opening will come, a job opening. When it comes, and you transition into like corporate job, the first thing first is that you need to take that thing as your priority, right? Because if it's a company, if you've joined a company and you see that, okay, this company's goal, this is I believe in what they are trying to solve, I believe in the vision of this company, I think it's, okay, maybe it's a big company already, then you know that, okay, now I'm in a track where I'm supposed to keep passing my OKRs, my assessment, my performance reviews, so that I can get into a management position, so that eventually, if I don't want to be a software guy all my life, I can actually transition into management. But I would pay attention here, focus, and deep down. Then as you're doing that, you start seeing that there are some skills that go beyond just being a software. There is leadership, you know, there is system design, there are other dimensions that you now start doing, and then there is mentorship, so they can get other people to start taking up some of those roles. Because eventually for a business, it's important that there's always leadership structures at every unit, right? And so when you're paying that attention, you're being deliberate about learning those skills that you need, while also excelling in the work you've been given and not being distracted by, you know, wanting to do so many other things just, you know, because at the end of the day, you get fired. Even if you don't get fired and you're just a middle performer, you will get, how do they call it, downsized, yes? Because businesses don't lose important people, no matter what kind of, they consolidate, they find the ones that are bringing the most value. So, but if you put your mind to it and you really believe in the organization, but if you don't believe in that organization, you can start looking, right? And so that you can actually be deliberate about targeting the kind of organization you want to be a part of their story. Then the final aspect is, do you want to build your own business? You know, do you have an idea that you believe should become a product? Then, but you need a job first, and you need to. Jesus said, if you're not faithful with someone else's business, who will give you your own, right? But you sort of push it, because there's a lot to learn in building corporate structure. It's not turning a product to a company is not beans, basically. So you want to be around people that are doing it. There's so much things to learn around people, around finance, around legal, around risk management and all that, around customer management and all that. So it's your best interest that you spend some time actually. It will help you learn a lot. But at the same time, everyone here has free time. It's a question of what are you doing with your free time? You can choose to watch TVs and series, or you can choose to, you know what, whenever I come back, let me give this idea 2 hours. You get, eventually, if I have something, I can see people care about it so much, right? But what you're doing now is that you're being wise. While you have a job, you're contributing to a vision, you're also using your free time to build out your idea that you're hoping will take off. By the time you have an MVP and by the time you have, you've gotten a lot of feedback, then you can apply for a grant. And if you get a grant, that becomes, okay, now you have maybe 50K or 10K to actually, push that idea. And then if you start getting traction, then you can resign from your business. But nothing comes easy. You must be willing to do the work. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Let me add something to what Akachubu said. I like the fact that he said, it's not just building a business. You need to be around the organization to understand the structure there. So now here you are, trying to build a business, and you don't even have an idea of how a business structure works, how processes work, how procedures work, and then you jump and you say you want to build a product that should be marketable. There's something about working. I'm not saying this because I'm a professional woman or I'm trying to encourage everyone to go in the line of profession. You can, decide to be an entrepreneur. Very true. But there's a lot that you can learn from a structured organization. It teaches you a lot. You need to learn that concept of, rotate around, like understand what all the departments they do, because eventually when you own your business, you are the chief HR officer, you are the chief finance person, you are the chief procurement person, you're chief marketer, you are everything. And so if you don't get to understand all of these structures that run a business, how do you successfully start yours and run yours? You don't have self-discipline. When they tell you be at work at 8 a.m., you are dragging your feet, and month after month, you're making an excuse why you cannot show up at 8 o'clock. You are making an excuse why, you cannot put in that extra time. Tomorrow, when you're running your business, there's no start of work and close of work time. When you're running your own business, you're around the clock, because the business will have the teething phase. And there's a phase, even when things are running smoothly, and you trust the people you have put in place, you still need to be able to be aware and stay in touch with them to make sure that, because you have risen to this point, you don't fall all of a sudden. So it's necessary for you to be in a work environment and understand all of this so that you can take that and venture into your own business. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma. So we'll open the floor now for questions. I guess we've soaked in a lot of knowledge, and while we were sitting, we were reflecting and, jotting down our questions. So please, if you have a question, you can put up your hand, take the mic. We have a very small audience, so I don't expect anyone to be too shy to, ask a question. This also boils down to the soft skills that we need to build. Your confidence actually matters a lot.
All right. Thank you very much, Ma. So I really enjoyed this section. So I want to get a very good clarification on this question. So at my young age, my mom used to say, you cannot be, I think they say jack of all trade, master of none. So then I was like trying to, because I loved history that time. So I was like, okay, I want to be the first man to learn 20 things and be master of it. I want to break that record. So I learned different things, and till now, like, I know like 20 things. I learned tailoring, I learned music production, I learned so many things. So I mastered all of them. So, and now, I don't really know. So she talked about know your goal. So till now, I can say, if I'm not mistaken, I would say it's not everybody that know how to figure out their goals. Someone like me, because till now, that's the problem I'm having. I don't know where my capacity is till now. So I'm still trying to know. Because like you said, that if someone tell you that you can only be an HR, you tell that person is a lie. Same like me too. If you tell me that I can only do singing, I'll tell you it's a lie. There are many things I can do. Yes. So my problem is I want to know my goal. So like focus on one thing. Let me just know that yes, this is what I can do. Then now put my energy into it. So how do I do that?
Now, I would want to ask you a question. With everything now that you said you have learned, have you applied them in a professional setting or taken them as something that should now, like a return on your investments, because in learning all of these things, you invested in them. So have you applied yourself, not just that I have learned it, for whatever you have learned, for the 20 things that, have you tested yourself on everything in a proper environment?
Yes, but not all of them, but few of them. So, and few of them, they've given me like some connections professionally, and also engagement with people, like people that own like CEOs and all of that. So that.
So if you have not tested everything, how do you identify? Because the only way you're going to identify what you probably, or one or two of them that you probably will throw your time and everything, your resources in, is for you to be able to apply yourself in all aspects. Because I do not believe in you spending all of this time and learning all of 20 trades or skill sets and all, and let it sit on the shelf and waste. So it's time for you to identify that. So, you know the truth about it, there are some people that are afraid to be in a work environment. There are some people that are afraid to start using that skill set to start bringing value for them. Value in terms of money, value in terms of time, that value in terms of can-do spirit. So you have people who all they just want to do is just keep acquiring skills, acquiring knowledge, and yet they don't, I mean, it's the truth, and they don't want to do anything with it. And for me, you standing there and telling me that you have gathered up to like 20 skill or what have you, means that you can wake up tomorrow and go and gather 21 and 22 and 23. So it's time for us to start turning that into a return on our investment. And in order to do that, then means that we need to apply ourselves. If you have applied yourself on maybe 3 or 4 out of 20 and you've not found something that you're comfortable or aligns with your goal, it's time to now explore the others. But I think at this point, there's no need to start going into discovering what more skill can I do. It is time to say, okay, the skill that I have, what can they do for me?
Sorry, I want to address that because I had that issue growing up. So remember I said I wanted to do a lot of things. I did web development. I did mobile development. I did product management. And so I even did tech entrepreneurship. So I understand where you are coming from. So I want you to just have a very honest, candid conversation with yourself. And just ask yourself, what is that one thing I want to be known for the rest of my life? What is that one thing that if I die tomorrow, people should remember me by? By that, when you do that, you start removing things that, okay, I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this. It helps you eliminate. And by eliminating all the various choices, you realize what you really like, and then you go for it. That's just the honest truth. I cannot help you dissect your 20 careers. You have to sit down and have an internal conversation with yourself and say, what do I want to be known for the rest of my life? That's just it.
It says, could thyself be true? So it's time for you to be true to yourself.
They've really done a good job. I just wanted to tell you one final thing. At the end of the day, it's very simple. If you love the 20, just pick one. Do you get? The Bible said, whatever your hand finds to do, you should do it diligently. Just find something and put in your hand and start doing. Do you get? That's really it. It's not complicated.
Good afternoon. While growing up, I have this issue. Actually, I wanted to be a neurosurgeon while in secondary school. But getting to SS1, my attention shifted. I'm this type of person that I always pursue whatever I want to. So when I got to SS1, my attention shifted, and I have more interest in music. And later on, I pursue my academic career in music. So during the process, I developed interest in some musical instrument, and I've been able to master some. So last year, December, this question is coming from last year, December. I got an offer from a Chinese company where they make piano. And they went through my profile, Facebook profile, and YouTube, and I was invited. They gave me link. But when they asked me to send my CV, and they got back to me, they were like, sorry, won't be able to invite you over. And I was now questioning myself, is there any way or where I've missed it? Because at some point we had maybe for over 2 months conversations, and they were like, okay, maybe during this time we invite you over to come. But they asked me to send forth my CV so that they can actually verify whether I am the one or not. So when they got back to me, they were like, sorry, won't be able to invite you at this moment. Please, my question now goes, is there a particular way of structuring CV for maybe foreign people, or there is a particular template, or is there a format for it? Thank you.
Maybe you'll help me with this. But first, I want to ask you, when you got that response from them, did you ask them what exactly you were missing out? The reason for why they withdrew that process?
Yes, I did, but their response wasn't clear. I asked them, what do I need to do? But they said, okay, I should figure it out. Then I should
No,
get back.
it's not what do you need to do. So someone is telling me a no. I need to know. You said a no to me. Why exactly? What were you expecting from me that I didn't do that you were telling me a no? It's not, this is what you need to go and do. Because if someone comes, if I go for a job offer and I'm told a no, I'm going to find out, okay, why? Because like Bemi earlier mentioned, you know, with the grants and all that, that even when you get that no, you need to find out so that it helps you to adjust yourself for the next one. It may not necessarily be for those people, but it betters you for the next one. Then another thing I'm going to say, a lot of us, I've seen it a lot, we write CVs that we cannot speak for, in all honesty. I'm in HR and I will tell you this. A lot of us put, you know, bogus, fake things in our CVs, and when you get invited, you cannot speak for any of it. I've seen that happen. A lot of us, we go and put up this beautiful profile on LinkedIn and everything. The day you are invited or they extend an offer to you, you can't speak for anything. You can't speak for your experience on that CV or on your profile. And we think that these people don't do their research. We think that they don't find out information. They don't go and dig deep. My dear, put anything you are putting there are things that you can confidently and comfortably speak for. There are things that if I invite you, you can tell me, yes, I did this in this capacity, in this, in that, and everything, that I don't even need to question you beyond what you have told me. There was once that someone was sent to me by one of my bosses. And when I looked at her CV, I mean, first, when the lady appeared, her presentation did not look like someone was coming for an interview. Maybe she thought because she was coming through a connection, there was no need for her to look the part. She was dressed like, you know, she had a flowing boo-boo and slippers. And I was like, me as HR manager, really? Okay, did they not tell you you were coming to see? I was shocked. I mean, I tell people, don't mind this hair I wear. I mean, this is my personal branding, but I must always match it looking professional. You cannot find me looking like I am not dressed for the role as HR manager. The only thing you're going to look and say, oh, I mean, how come they allowed her to wear this hair? It's part of the package. If you're not hiring me like this, I'm sorry, I'm not taking up the job with you, because everything I have to do with you is inside here. So when she came, I looked at her, she sat down, and I looked through her CV and I started asking her questions. First, I'm going to ask you questions with respect to your CV first, before I start asking you anything outside related to the role I'm hiring you for. And she could not answer any question, convince me about anything on her CV. And I had to look and say, wait. I asked her, I said, did somebody put this CV together for you? She said, no. I said, so why can't you, okay, you are telling me that you were an admin supervisor in XYZ company. So as an admin supervisor, what did you do for them? And this was her CV in front of me, and she could not even speak for the so-called responsibility she had laid down in the CV. And I had to go back to my organ and say, no, this one not follow. You know, it not follow. And that's it. So most times, we think that, you know, people who want to go into business with us, employers don't see through these things. They see through it. They do their investigation. Sometimes you sending your CV alone to them, they have even done their homework before they're even speaking to you to find out who you are. If everything you've said about yourself in that CV, it's true, before they're even extending an offer of, you know, of conversation or chat with you. That is the first step. They will vet your CV sincerely. Especially when you have those ones that will tell you send your CV ahead of time. They are doing their homework before they are deciding, making a decision whether it's even worth it speaking to you or not. So we need to, I will go back again, to thyself be true. You know, in this generation, we're finding it hard to be true to ourselves. We're finding it hard. That's why I say we're calling ourselves everything except what the Bible has called us. We're a chosen generation, a royal priesthood. Instead, we're saying we're Gen Z and Gen X and Y and Alpha and Omega and all sorts of things, but failing to recognize that we're children of God, and we need to apply that at all given times.
Sorry, Ma. I think you answered a little from the question.
I want to add to that. What's your question?
Okay, you want to talk about it?
Okay. So I'm going to be very candid with you. When you are applying for international jobs, there's something called ATS format for CV. Once you start your CV application, ATS is like a robot system. They have in the job descriptions, there are terminologies that they are looking for, that when they put your CV against it, if they find out that it doesn't match it, it goes straight in the bin. They don't even get to see whose name, what's name. So even when you're asking for feedback, tendency is if you went through an ATS format, they never even got to see the CV. That's the honest truth. You are already disqualified from the get-go. So this is for everyone. When you are applying for jobs, make sure you tailor your CV. That's why we have ChatGPT now. It makes it easier for you. You can use ChatGPT to say, tailor my CV to this job description, ensuring that and use ATS format. The reason is that when you apply, you are able to scale through that first phase, that it actually gets into human hands. Because if human does not see it, there's nothing you can do. Do you get? So you want to pass that first phase. And another thing you need to know is international jobs, you also have to be very careful when applying, because some of them are racists. No offense. I'm in several groups, like I interact with a lot of tech people, and one of the major things that we converse about is that when it comes to Nigeria, it's not all over the world, though. Maybe you can be in Ghana and you get the same job, but Nigeria in particular, sometimes they have this negative perception because of what our fellow brothers and sisters have done out there. So once they see Nigeria in your CV, sorry, we can't accept you. No, nothing else you can do to that. So you have to consider those when you are applying for jobs. So like I said, ATS formatting for international jobs, and research the organization to make sure that they are not racism.
Thank you. So my question is, I just want to ask two questions. One is on office politics, right? I know for sure office politics is a thing. Why are you passing the microphone over? So yes, I've been in my company for almost half a decade, and I've not been promoted. Do I have now? But I had to, go through the stress before I got it. So there are these people that joined us like 3 years when I was in the company, like 3 years, they joined. So both of us, when I was 5, they were like 2 years. Last time they got promoted, both of them ahead of me. So, it kept me worried. I am the type of person that strives perfection. I'm a very high performer. Like my boss will always say, tier 1. So I try as much as possible to make sure that everything that is being given me to do, not do I only finish the tasks, I try as much as possible to finish it on time as well. And because of that, I was also given an award as one of the early best, finishing your tasks in my company back then. So when I heard of that, to be very honest, I wouldn't say I was sad, but I would kind of use the word depressed, because I've been in the company, I've also grown the department of which I belong to. It is a bit unclear to me why I was not promoted ahead of these persons. And when I met my boss, he wasn't really telling me anything that could, it was non-committal, right? Nobody was telling me anything that could sink. To the extent that I went to the HR and I spoke to them, I told them, Ma, I gave her a list of things. And I want to know the criteria or the basis of which promotion is being done, right? Is it based on the love of your boss? Is it based on performance? Is it based on the number of years of experiences you have? Is it based on your appraisal and KPI? Because I was really eager to know where she's going to land. And mind you, my KPIs are always like 85%, which is not really excellent, but good performance. So it really weighed me down, because most times when I come to work, I look at things, I tried. Though I had to start pushing, and then with the help of somebody in the HR who happens to be a friend, not a senior person, but just, so she just told me, okay, look at this, meet this person. So in scenarios like that, and this is because I have the privilege, the rare privilege, because I'm friends with somebody in the HR department. So from a HR perspective, right, I know it's different from companies by companies. When you find yourself in such situations of office politics, how do you navigate through that? Because whether we like it or not, office politics is a thing. Even in church, I'm sorry to say it happens, yes. In almost every organization, especially when your boss is the type that loves some certain set of people. And in an organization where we are, tribalism can also come in. I'm Igbo, you're working in a Yoruba company, what do you think of? So that's question number one. I don't know if you want to go with it first before I ask my second question. Okay, thank you very much.
See, you see this discrimination, it even happens even as a woman, I work in a male-dominated industry, and I'll tell you, Chisom confirmed for me, we're only 4 females who are at managerial level. One person, she's a GM, the other 3, we are managers. So you can imagine where sometimes I want to say something and some people will look at me and they want to address me as if I'm their wife at home. And I have to, when I go back into my office, I'm like, does that man think that I'm his wife? Why is he speaking to me like this? Sometimes even in an email, I've had an email where someone said, oh, Tari, you're wasting all our time speaking big grammar. Let's... And I'm like, wait, the level of unprofessionalism. So workplace politics, the discrimination would always be there. And I would tell you my experience. So let's bear it all out. Now, this is not Tari as Cranborg HR. This is me as a professional woman and just sharing my experience. And let's see how that will help us, according to our theme, navigate, the work environment. I'll tell you when I joined Cranborg newly, because of the capacity, it was a big organization that I've worked with in my past career experiences. I came in and when I came in, it's a multicultural environment. I work with Lebanese expatriates. In the past, I've worked with American expatriates, I've worked with British expatriates, but I've never worked in construction and in a Lebanese environment, so it was new to me. I remember someone said something to me the first time I came into the system, and she said, Tari, don't let anybody take advantage of you. It's important for you to understand the terrain you're in, but the moment you're perceived as someone that they can take advantage of, the news spreads quickly fast, and everybody will just see it like that. So I was like, okay, on a normal, I'm a very defensive woman. By nature, I'm very defensive. By nature, I'm very... how would I say, I'm very upright, by nature I'm very strong-headed, stubborn, I would say because I'm a waterside girl, so maybe that's why I'm a riverine girl. And maybe the way I was raised by a father who is a disciplinarian. My dad is an engineer, retired, and would not take nonsense from any of his children. And I'm the oldest of 4 children, so I was the guinea pig on everything. So when I came in, of course, everyone perceived me, strong character, presence, and everything. And then the office politics started, I think within that month, within the first couple of months that I started with the business. So what I did, I quickly had to identify alliances. You need to make alliances at work. Make HR your friend. If you don't make HR your friend, you're in trouble. I'm not saying because I'm HR, in all honesty. I quickly identified alliances. I quickly had to identify people who I knew had my back. And I could also have their back. Because things were happening at work. And the interesting part was that it was easy for everybody to say, oh, Tari did this. And everybody would quickly believe that because they would say, oh, because she's HR manager, so she was using her position to do this, to do that. So I had to quickly identify alliance. So I realized that there were other managers who were hired just before I got hired. Someone came in like a month before me. There was somebody else that came in 2 months before me. And when the whole drama started at work and a consultant came into the business who felt that the HR department and the accounting/financing department were the problems in the business, and she was coming to solve the problem and, solve all of us. So I needed to find out who were my alliance so that I could, have people who had my support. The interesting part, I was the target in everything, which I got to find out later, or I knew in the course of it, I was the target. And I had to tell myself, okay, Tari, I did where I did. It's not as if it was not an I begged to apply. I was poached out of where I was. So I cannot come in here and after a couple of months, tomorrow they'll tell me, oh, they don't need my services anymore because someone has an opinion about me. So who are the people that I know that even in my absence can speak strongly for me? I had to identify those people, and I did. And I'm telling you, Chijoke, I identified those people and I aligned with those people well. I didn't have to do anything, unethical to be friends with them. They were men. I didn't have to do anything unethical, and I'm saying this with my full chest. But these were men that, language is strong. When they go and speak with upper management and this woman has come to say something about me, these men will now use the same language to counter what she has said. So while she was going to go say, Tari is this and Tari is that, because they were all going to speak their language upstairs. Me, I was the only person who was not Lebanese and was not speaking Arabic. While she was there saying this about me, there were people who were saying, no, but Tari is this, Tari is that, we are working with her, she's aligning, she knows what she's doing, and blah, 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 and all that. So that was one thing I did. I identified people who mattered and aligned with them. That did not have to do with eye service. It was me knowing that, look, you see this place where I can't work. Now until I decide I won't come out, I go come out. You are not going to uproot me out. Secondly, I was very knowledgeable, which I am knowledgeable about my work. I mean, if I'm not, so please help me, tell me. I'm very knowledgeable. I'm telling you, I don't need anybody to tell me that, Tari, you know what you're doing. You know the value you're bringing into a system. At every point in time, I know my value. And that's because I have invested in this value up to this point, and I continue to invest in it. Because at every point in time, I do not want to be found wanting, and I want to be able to confidently speak for the value that I bring in. So I like the fact that you are aligning with someone with HR. It opens your eyes, in all honesty. Another thing again is that with that, I think you should be able to go back to your manager and find out, because let nobody give you a, a jaded answer as to why you did not get that promotion and everything. Maybe the next time, the approach is another thing. So for those of us who have strong personalities, sometimes we need to tone down our personalities, our person. I have had to do that so many times, is the truth. I have a strong person. I have a strong presence. Even without speaking in the office, I have a strong aura around me. How? I don't know. That's the way I was raised. So sometimes I have to intentionally tone it down. I speak to myself sometimes, and I intentionally tone it down so that I do not come off as forceful or come off as imposing, but to say, you know what, look, You're my boss. I've learned a lot from you. I've soaked up from you, and all that I've learned from you, and coupled to maybe me preparing myself for this point, I've been able to deliver this. And my expectation is that, you know, I should have been amongst the people who had this promotion or increase. Okay, what do you need for me to do to get to this point? Because I'm really looking forward to it under your guidance. So sometimes we need to. It's not, these discriminations are not going anywhere. We tell ourselves that we have policies and blah, 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 and all of these beautiful things in place. But we can't control the human minds. We can't control how people behave and react. What we can control is how we react to all of it. Sometimes they will stare us in the face, and it will make us react in a certain way. But you know the funnest part, sometimes I believe that people are very intentional because they want that reaction out of you so that they will now use that against you and now come back to say, oh, that's why we did not qualify him. You see, it's not just about the job. His character too is not good. But the evaluation is everything. It's not just your work. It's also your character. And they want to quickly, if they cannot hold you in your work, they want to hold you somewhere else. Because the moment they see that, okay, he's a high performer and he gives that value, they are now looking for somewhere else to hold you. So you have to be several steps ahead of them and do not create that loophole for anybody to come and say, oh, you know what, yes, we know he performs very well, but is this someone that is submissive? Is this someone that he listens? Is this someone that, you know, they start wanting to outline all of these things against you. No. Calm down. So sometimes when you think that you need to be, you just speak to yourself and say, you know what, calm down a little bit. You don't have to respond that same day. It's like some emails you see. And when you look at it, you know that someone has just abused you in the email. You are like, not today. Go and sleep over it. It's the truth. By tomorrow morning, you're a calmer person. When you come, you are not going to disrespect the person back in the email. You are going to now respond from a professional angle that will make that person look stupid at that point to everybody that is in CC of that email. It's the same way to when we approach for these things. At that point, you are no longer motivated. You're upset, you're angry, you're trying to find out what was the criteria they used. What do they mean that I don't qualify? Probably it was in that mood that you probably approached your manager. But you need to go back, and you need to go back on a different approach. And this time around, you need your manager to tell you what you need to do, so that when the promotion comes, you have met the criteria. The person is put in a tight corner. He does not have a choice. So now he is the one giving you the criteria that would make you eligible for the promotion. It's not you now just working within the confines of your KPIs and your job descriptions and all those beautiful things. Look, I've done everything. So maybe there's something I'm missing out and you would need to tell me. So what is it? It happened last year to me and my superior. He came into my office and he said, Tari, you are not asking for a salary raise. And I told him, I said, look, I'm thinking that my value, you would see my value and you would initiate that. And he said, yes, Tari, I see your value, but have you asked me what I want from you? So I just used that. I said, okay, sir, what do you need from me? And he sat down there and told me, he said he needs 3 major things to happen before December. I told him, okay. He stated them out for me. And immediately he left my office. I put plans in place for those 3 major things to happen for the business. And I held a meeting with my team and I told them, I said, look, you people, we are getting this done, this. And guess what? That increase happened. Because guess what? I have found out from him what now he needs me to do. Now, I have been working with the requirements of, okay, my role and responsibilities. But there's always that extra. And sometimes we need to have that one-on-one conversation. And we need to approach it in a way that we are not demanding for it. But you know what? Please, I'm open to learn. I'm open to now hear from you and understand. I thought that all of this will give me this. But I believe that there's something missing, and you can tell me what that thing missing. Considering that you are my superior, it will be better for you to tell me so that I'm in line and I don't miss it the next time. So that's what I would say. But Chijoke, that politics is not going anywhere. It's not a joke, it isn't. And the discrimination, see, the bigger the organization, the bigger the politics. And the higher you go, the higher the politics. Because guess what? You're always a target. People are looking to pull you down. People are looking to give 1,001 reasons why you're not qualified to be in that position. So you always have to be steps ahead all the time. And these things you do, let us say, in as much as we're children of God, we're in a work environment. That work environment is not church. So we need to understand the requirements and be able to apply it. We shouldn't go there and say, oh, I'm a child of God, you know it's in, I know they do this one. And my dear, they will leave you behind. And your bills will be staring you in the face, because guess what? Everybody will be getting what they are getting except you. So you need to know how to get things done, still ethically, without you having to do anything unethical. I say that all the time, because I'm not one person who will go in and compromise my values or compromise my beliefs because I want to achieve this. I have never done that, and it's not at this point in my career that I would get it done.
Thank you so much, Ma. So
Thank
we'll
you.
take, okay, a second question.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so just to add to what Madam Terry had said, she's spoken like a HR professional that she is. But just because we're in a Christian setting, I would just say, you as a Christian in a work environment, the Bible says promotion does not come from the east, nor from the south. You go back to your knees and pray, right? You know, the Bible says that the heart of the king is in the hand of God. You can also, on your knees, turn the heart of your boss to your side. You can ask God to grant you favor. Yes, most times we don't get everything that we deserve or the things that we qualify for, but that's where the favor factor comes in. You pray to God, you ask God, God, I qualify for this, but it's not coming to me. God is the God of all flesh, and I'm sure that he will come true.
Thank you. Amen.
Thank you very much, Ma, and thank you, sir. And I will say, though I finally got promoted, just like I rightly mentioned, it's not just promotion, double promotion, actually. So yes, I finally got promoted. By the time I, just like you said, made HR, created a holy alliance and made HR my friend, I was able to, find one or two things. And then one of the HR was like, okay, that despite all the things that I think I do, our boss don't even come to HR to speak for us. You understand? So I took that upon myself, and I then had to, have this relationship with my boss, and I make sure that he understood what the problem is. And drawing from what you said also, is also going to boil down to my second question. There's a time that they've checked along your performance, and then they've seen that you are good in almost all ramifications, and then they are trying to find a way to weigh you down. I would cite a scenario that is currently happening in my organization where our IT personnel left. We had a manager and IT manager, and then we had somebody like the IT specialist that is supporting the organization, or rather supporting him. So the IT person, the manager is, anyway, that's just a story for another day. Kind of frustrated the younger one out, and 2 weeks along the line, he resigned. Probably because he really doesn't understand the ethics and everything, or the business itself. And I believe he got maybe afraid that, oh, let me kukuma carry my small pride where I get before these people understand that it's been this small person that's been doing the job. So due to the interest, I said I want to take up with that position, right? So I have background. My MSc and BSc and MSc are in IT related. So I said it can also be an opportunity for me to migrate into the IT department. I'm a certified project manager. I love processes and operations. Try as much as possible to also develop myself, get some international recognized certification to make sure I'm on top of my games. So when I went for the first interview with some of the management meeting, they were like, okay, they've seen that I've shown interest for the past 1 month, 2 months. They left around February, and the other one left in March. So this conversation was happening around May. So they were like, okay, they've seen that I can do the job, that they will give me the opportunity to do the job. Though that one of the problems is they're going to be having is the coding aspect, which I said I'm really not interested in because I'm venturing into IT project management and all that. But for the specialist aspect of having to, look at other things relating to IT, I can handle them. So the first interview came and gone, second came, then the very last stage, which happens to be my boss's boss, the CTO. He clearly didn't tell me why, but he said, or rather he capitalized on that aspect of the coding and said, oh no, he doesn't think I can do well. But I've been doing interviews with him whenever we have IT person. that I know what he wants and everything. So that got me angry. Not really angry. I felt bad about it because I've been doing the other aspect. And then I also suggested, why don't we have somebody who understands the coding aspect well, and then I can support, right? He clearly stated that, so he doesn't want to lead me into the path of destruction where I will end up shooting myself at the leg. So I just took it upon myself. I said, okay, I'll try as much as possible to do most of the things I can do to just remain there. I would say is 5 to 6 months down the line, I've been handling the IT affairs and still doing my job. Nobody is saying anything about it. I've sent an email to the HR first, the second. Though she went on maternity leave, but she's back, but nobody is saying anything about it. I've met with the MD. The MD was like, oh no, so and so, the CTO seems to be looking for a particular criteria that, to be very honest, if I'm tired, I should just push it down to HR. That's their business. Nobody should suffer me for nothing. So I feel that I'm rendering a value, no appreciation, no thank you, no compensation, no financial involvement. So I just want to understand from the HR perspective, and mind you, I did this because of interest, right? And I also believe it's going to be a way to, dive into the IT section, to at least understand the basics. Though the people in my organization for like 4 or 5 years, we've changed the IT professionals for like 4 or 5 times. So I believe that might be the issue with the CTO when he thinks that, oh, okay, by the time you go there, I will lose you. I don't know, but he's not clear to say it, and I believe he doesn't want to say it as well because of, I know he's going to, I will capitalize on that. So from the HR perspective, or probably from labor law, how many times or how many months do somebody is expected to be in a particular position without funding? And I just want to understand how to go about this scenario because, to be very honest, it is not easy on me. I try as much as possible. Sometimes I stay up late at night just to cover and make sure that the 2 departments, nothing is lagging behind. So please advise me on this aspect. Thank you very much. Sorry, my issues are very...
Okay, there's no, in all honesty, these things are business related, and there's no, how would I say, what the law says about such scenarios. They're all business related. So now, my question will be, from the beginning, what was the conversation that you had with still maintaining your old role and then taking up this new role? So what you're doing now is a dual role, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So what conversation did you all have with you doing the old role and now taking up this new role? Were there any concrete conversation with respect to it, and who were the people involved in this conversation?
Okay, so I would, rightfully say there wasn't any concrete conversation. The HR met me and said, oh, the CTO said that I can stand in as a stopgap till they get the next person. And I totally agreed because of the interest I have.
Yes.
So I have also now told them, can you at least be specific on when you are getting this person? Right? That I said I'm going to stand in doesn't mean I can stand in the next 6 months and then next 1 year.
So there was not even an email
not even an email communication, which I believe, yes. I mean, if there's no email conversation, which also means I can also stand up one day and say I'm no longer interested. Because there's no... So from the HR perspective,
the truth,
please.
yes, because there's no formal communication. You can stand up one day and say, I'm not doing, and you leave. But I would say that, would you want to burn that bridge? In all honesty, that's what I tell people all the time. Do you want to, just because they've done things wrong, does that mean that you also would now respond in a manner that will now also make it 2 wrongs? At this point, I would expect your HR, representative to step in, because the ball is in her or his hand to be able to now make a clear definition of saying, okay, we are transiting this person from this role to this role. What is appropriate to that package? Let's give it to this person, and take that up with the managers in charge, responsible, and the MD. You shouldn't be the person running from pillar to post trying to find solution. There are people who are responsible for this, to find such solution, to say, take up the conversation. I mean, oftentimes I think our problem is that some people are afraid to go speak to MD. They're afraid to speak to. I mean, MD does not have 200 heads. MD is not a masquerade. And for me, I say it's either a yes or it's a no. But let us have a clear definition. I do not know how knowledgeable and how confident that your HR is to be able to, because if I say I send you back to him or her, and it's that person's responsibility, I don't understand the relationship, the work relationship, and how confident that person will be able to take up that matter. Because I don't want you to chase this and now get frustrated to the point that you are exiting the business on that terms. Seriously, you know, because I also don't like people leaving a business. I'm not saying it because I'm HR, but it's something I don't do. I do not just walk out of a business and leave everybody hanging. Even a business that I worked with for only a couple of months, by the time I was leaving and I knew that fine, at that point my MD was trying to negotiate me to stay. But the biggest challenge for me was it was on the mainland, and I live on this side of town, and the opportunity was on this side of town. So I was going to be closer to family. At that point, my kids were younger, and you know, I mean, in and out of the hospitals a lot. There was one time my youngest was so sick the whole week, and I used to be in meetings till midnight. And because my younger sister was in town, she was filling in for me. So these were some of the things that informed my decision. And even when I spoke with him, I made sure that I did not leave things hanging. I had a proper handover note, projects that I was working on. I brought it to the point that someone else could easily take over from and everything. So I'm not of the school of thought that you just drop things and say, okay, if there's an agreement for a one month in lieu of notice, I'll pay you your 1 month and walk away. I'm not that kind of person, and I don't encourage that. So I would send you back to your manager. That's what I would. I will send you back to your manager. And also with the Alliance of Human Resources, somebody needs to do something. You are the employee here, and you're the person caught in the middle of, it's like when they say the elephants fight and the grass suffer. You are the grass right now, and the elephants are there. They are all pushing each other for decisions left, right, and center. So I'll send you back to your manager. Your manager needs to liaise with HR on how they will go back to MD and be able to say, okay, fine, are we leaving him in this role, and provide support to him. In fact, your HR should at this point be proactive and have a structure in place and a plan in place for that. You shouldn't even be the person. If she has that clear plan and whatever in place, she should be able to take it and speak for that and convince them to now say, you know what, let us put this in place. Let's leave him there and bring a support for him, or take him back to where he's coming from. Or if we have to run dual, how can we, you know, review his salary to reflect the responsibilities, the roles that he's occupying now, and the responsibilities that come with this role. So I know that it's easily frustrating. I understand. I won't say I know. I understand that it's easily frustrating, but it's the system you found yourself in. And I would not encourage you to just abandon and leave. I would encourage you to let's find solutions so that if you decide to leave, it is clear to everyone that you pushed for a solution that they did not take. But do not make up your mind to leave when you've not pushed for a solution. Because it's easy for every employer to term you a bad person or a bad employee, irrespective of the value you have brought to their system. The moment you do one small thing wrong, I wouldn't encourage you to do that. Let us go back to our manager. Let our manager be able to liaise with human resources, and let human resources should design a plan. If you want to be able to design something and even go and sit down and discuss with them, sometimes it's the nudge they need. But I mean, I can't speak for your HR. It's your HR's job to be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, Chijoke, I'm not a HR practitioner, but I just want to add my 1 cent. Abandoning the job is not an option at all. At all. So don't even think in that respect. There is also something you mentioned. You said it is your passion. It is your interest that is driving you into the other one. Again, like we said, close your eyes to the money for now, if I were you. If you can do the two, go ahead. Somehow you're acquiring some knowledge that you probably don't know. Do the two, keep going. When it gets difficult for you to manage, then you can now go back and say, guys, this thing is becoming unbearable for me. At that point in time, they don't have any choice than to say, okay, either you stay here or you stay. But so long as you can still manage it, to be honest, people are seeing you. If you're creating value, the system is seeing you. But you may not know at this point in time. That's the way I will look at it. But if it becomes a problem for you, please reach out, speak out, decide, okay, do you know what? This one that is a passion, perhaps I need to let go this one and concentrate on what I'm being paid for, as it were. But leaving the organization because of that should not be an option at all. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir, for your contribution. I know that quite a lot of us are already looking at our time, but we'll be rounding up shortly. And to our dear panelists, we'll have to keep the responses shorter this time around. So these are questions from the audience who are not able to speak up, but they are quite similar. Interestingly, a lot of them are around technology and entrepreneurship. So, yes, so this one says, in the tech field, as a student, what are the most important skills or technologies to focus on right now in software engineering?
So I would say that the fundamentals of computer science is what, in my experience, I've seen missing in a lot of interns. So at Trotlers, we've worked with a number of interns. We've tried to interview hundreds of programmers and all that. So you see people that they learn front end, they learn back end, they put up a screen here and there, but when it comes to algorithms, for example, how does computers work? How do you make the best way to, I'll give you an example. How do you design a system so that it uses the best way to find a route that someone wants to go on faster? You know, they miss it at that point, and they don't understand why the tools that they use work the way that they work. And that's the foundation that computer science gives you. So why that is not bad, it's not bad to learn those tools. And trust me, I would honestly tell you not to sweat the tools, all those fancy things now, because they change every 6 months. But what does not change is the fundamentals of software development. And these are the learning about algorithms. Computer science is really the curriculum. When you follow it like that, for whatever tool that comes up, if you know how to write software, it's like someone that knows how to drive a car. Any car that comes up, you get in there, you look at, oh, that's where they have put their gear, basically, and then you're on your way, right? So that's spending time with those principles of software development, reading books around that, using ChatGPT to find recommendations on the principles of engineering, software engineering that you need to know is the most use of your time. In addition to learning those tools, you know? So that is what will stand the test of time. What will differentiate you from every other person, especially for software development.
Thank you. So to whomever asked this question, the short answer is learn the principles first. You can get a crash course around computer science. Coursera is there, Udacity, there are quite a lot, Pluralsight and the likes of them. So you can check out these platforms, you know, browse through them, search, you would get courses that are free, learn the fundamentals, and then you start looking out for the tools, and then you can start building solutions. The next one, still on technology, is what emerging trends should aspiring tech individuals be aware of? That's one. And then what skills will be in high demand in the future job market? I think that cuts across tech and entrepreneurship and, you know, career.
So in terms of emerging trends, AI, artificial intelligence, is top of the line, and data analysis, right? And the reason for that is that in computer science, we've started figuring out how to get computers to do more, you know, to make sense of all this digital data that we've produced over the years. And so learning how to work with AI models, learning how to even use ChatGPT, to be honest, that's like at the peripheral level. But then when you go a bit deeper, it's like learning how to, using software engineering to be able to deal with this and to build new experiences is going to become more and more important as a way to enhance human productivity, right? We're not at the point yet where it will completely replace the human, but it's about enhancement. So figuring out, okay, how can AI be useful in enhancing productivity across all forms of business fare, in construction? How can we use AI to make things more cost effective and all of that? In whatever it is, to be honest, it's going to become more and more profound, even as these models get smarter. So I think that's very important. And then that leads back to data analysis and machine learning, right? Because we are producing so much digital data. And organizations, they're looking for insights. They're not looking for someone that will tell them what they already know. They want you to be able to look at digging, using the necessary skill set. Show me something that we're missing, you know? And people just hold on to people like that. I can give you an example. So one of our data team just realized that, oh, we noticed that there's a pattern in the way that our B2C customers behave. And then he's the one that identified it. We noticed that there's a peak during the first half of the year. They use us more. Second half, they don't use us that much. And we're like, oh, wow, why? We started digging in to find out why. So you see, that now informs how we do incentives. During the beginning of the month, we have a lot of bookings, but towards the end of the month, we don't. People have finished spending their money. So that's also informing how we do incentives. Can they do subscription when the salary comes? So that they can actually have, so it's the data team that sort of, they pick up and across all the sphere of our business. And the same thing applies everywhere. So data skills are in high demand. And you know, data skill beyond just Excel, SQL, all of that, there is the mind part of it. You want to really, you know, people don't understand that reading a lot, what it does to you is that it helps you sharpen your mind, you know. You don't want to be the kind of person that just does what you're told to do and just end there. I say, oh, I need Excel of all the people we paid last month. You just produce it. Do you get what I mean? You want to go beyond diving inside. What can my boss be missing? Or what do I think is an important information for them to know? And all of a sudden, and it's your mind. When your mind is the type that works, you'll be able to, and then you have the skill to match it. You'll be able to be more valuable to your company, and then they will just be bringing you closer. You know, that's what I think would be most important to focus on.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Tari, do you want to, in terms of what skills will be in high demand in the job market?
Okay, I think the focus, irrespective of what we're doing, the data analysis part is significant, really significant in everything you do. Even in HR, when we monitor the trends of salaries that are paid every month, we ask ourselves, okay, this month you paid 1 naira. Last month you paid 5 naira. Why is that so? And you're trying to understand, is it that the workforce increased? And if they increased, by what percentage? If you had salary increase happen, by what percentage? If you had overtime, by what percentage? You're tying everything together to be able to validate why this month was 1 naira and last month was 5 naira. And then you are now going back to your overtime policy. Is it that they're exceeding the overtime policy, or they are staying within, you know, the limits and all that? So I think irrespective of what you do, the data is always important, because that's what helps with decision making at every point in time. That's what helps management to decide, okay, I mean, do we need to review this? Do we need to reevaluate? Maybe we are not in line with what we're doing, or we're exceeding. Okay, why are we spending like this? You know, so it's really necessary in every industry, and it's a necessary skill irrespective of any profession you find yourself in.
Okay, thank you. So there's also another one. What strategies or skills are needed to successfully transition between different job roles?
For different job roles, I would still come back to your soft skill, because in all honesty, you are making a transition from job A to job B. You do not have what it takes in job B. You only have what you have for job A. And now you're coming to job B, which sometimes may not be relatable or related to where you're coming from. And that's where your soft skills come into play. Are you a team people's person? Are you a team builder? Are you someone that has an innovative and creative mind? Are you someone that is an adaptable person? Are you someone that is teachable? You don't have problem learning and all of those things. And then now look at where you're coming from. There is, or there must be, a skill that is applicable to where you're going to. If you tell me that where I'm coming from, I don't have anything that I can apply to where I'm going to, then you have not looked inwards properly. So in all honesty, you cannot have exactly what you need to get into the next place. What is required are your soft skills and your willingness to learn, to soak up knowledge, to move yourself to the next place or to the new role that you find yourself. Because truly, somebody might give you an opportunity, not looking at, okay, you don't have experience in this area. But what the person is looking at is, if I bring you in, can you quickly adapt and be able to hit the ground running? Are you a kind of person that would drag on and take your time to be able to understand your environment and understand what is required from you and be able to learn from the people around you? So you don't need anything special. And then by the time you find yourself in the job, you can now start searching for courses that will now help you enhance your skills and your responsibilities on the job.
Thank you. Also, to add to that, how you are able to identify these soft skills most times is actually asking for feedback. So when Madam Tari talked about sitting with your line manager, your supervisor, it's actually very important. Have this mindset that, okay, when I'm talking to my supervisor, I'm actually really wanting to know those specifics. Okay, what are my strengths? Because most times we're not really be able to tell, because these things come as a result of, interactions with people. You can't know if you're a good team player if you work alone. I mean, it's just like opposite. So by the time you do those internships, you volunteer, or when you are currently in the place of work, you always make it a point of duty to speak to your supervisor and get those feedback.
There's something I want to add to that. One of the things that most people I see never really do is to ask very fundamental questions like, okay, this role, what are you trying to achieve? Akachukwu, what are you trying to achieve here? How would you know that you've achieved it? The moment you extract what they call, what the KPIs are for me, like what the outcomes I'm looking for, that empowers you so that when you hit the ball, you will know. I will know. Both of us will be happy. So you don't waste your time, even if you don't have the skills. But at the end of the day, now you now know what kind of skills to even look for, or to have yourself, or to get someone else to do. Businesses are just looking for doers at the end of the day. And that's what I would add to.
Thank you so much. So there's this last question, also bordering around soft skills. The person says, looking at the leadership skills and confidence that was talked about, how does one gain these skills as an introvert? Having things to say and knowing what to say, but not being able to express it in words is draining.
See, wait.
Okay, so for that person, let me let you know, I'm actually an introvert. A lot of people used to tell me I'm an extrovert, and I tell them, don't deceive yourself. I am strongly introverted. And the way I pivoted from becoming an introvert to becoming, I call it ambivert, because now I'm a beast of both, was that I actually had to, you have to take courage. You have to step out of your comfort zone. Introvert to extrovert, it does not matter. You are going to have to take up that mantle. I say, I want to do leadership roles. I want to actually speak out to people. You have to, it's a conscious decision, and it's something that you have to put in your mind. It's something that you have to put in your mind, more or less. For me, when I was strong introvert, I always tell people that if you see me now, it's very easy that once I enter my house, I've locked up. That's the end. You might not even be able to relate with me. People will even say, for me, you're not very, I'm like, no, it's not, because it's just how I am. I can do 2 weeks of extroverted, but after which I need to pull back. I need to get my own self back in order, because I don't feel comfortable doing that. But it's a conscious decision, and it's something that I had to make that effort. And thankfully for me, I had joined communities. I had a lot of communities that everybody's doing stuff. You want to come and say you're an introvert, no, but they will even drag you out and pull you and say, no, you must go there, you must go and speak, you must go. So have that community. Those people are like your accountability partners. They push you to do stuff, and it will help you. It will help you to come out of that shell and comfort of that, because I feel it's terminology, we just like to phrase it, of introverts, extroverts, ambiverts, whatever it is. Because believe it or not, you saying you're an introvert, if I lock you in your room and put you in front of your mirror, I'm sure you will display your craziness to yourself. So you can also do that for people, and just, picture like I'm in front of my mirror doing my stuffs, and that's just it.
Okay, so we're all different individuals, in all honesty. you can't be Tari and Tari can be you. I am who I am and you are who you are. But you also have to identify what is necessary for you to succeed. When you look at what your goals and objectives are, when you look at where you're trying to go. So you may not be, I facilitate HR courses, started it in a physical space before the COVID and then made transition into a virtual space where I was doing it online. And that is the human being I've always been. I've always been someone who is never afraid, will never back down of any challenge. I mean, if you tell me I got an F, I will approach you and ask you how manage. Okay, what can I do to change that or to be better? I was like that even when I went to school abroad. I remember being in an English class my first year, and an English professor was almost failing me because she said that I did not speak English like an African-American kid. She did not remember that I was an African girl, a Nigerian girl with a Nigerian accent. And when I saw that, I'm going to fail this class, so this means my father's naira that got converted to dollars to pay school fees for me. Why would I come and fail English when English was what I learned from primary school, or when we started speaking, we all spoke English up to this point, and somebody wants to say I'm failing? See, there are some things that when you know what is at stake, you wake up. But I think some of us are not looking at what's at stake for us to be able to harness our soft skills. We are looking at it as it's not necessary to build our career or to build our professional life. At that point, I thought of what was at stake. And one day when class was over, I went to the woman. She was a Caucasian elderly lady. And I asked her, I think Professor Boyd or something like that. And I said, look, I have failed all my essays. And what can I do to be able to make sure that the remaining ones I don't fail and also don't fail the final class? And then at that point, I also told her that I had given this same paper to another professor in the university who reviewed it and did not think that I should be getting C's and D's. In fact, the man said I should be getting B's at least. And that put her, that made her cautious that, okay, maybe I was trying to discover that she was discriminating against me as a black Nigerian African girl. So after that, my papers were better, and at least I left that class with a B without having to fail and come and repeat a class. So you need to also think of what is at stake. Most of us don't think of what is at stake to develop our soft skills. You think that, okay, I think they hired me to manage people, and let me just be managing the people, or I don't even need to relate with them. I just need to prepare their salaries, and after I prepare their salaries, it's over. We don't think that we need to be on the phone with people. Learn to speak to these people, whether that man is an unskilled, whether he's semi-skilled or semi-skilled, whether he's skilled. So we don't think of what is at stake when we're talking about our soft skills. So we push it aside. Let us think of what is at stake. Let us think of how it is relevant to the work that we want to do, to the career that we want to build. And we will begin to see ourselves grow it and put into practice. If there's a small project and someone has to speak, why don't we divide that project that all of us, maybe 2-3 of us have to speak on different aspects of that project? That's where you can start from. You may not be the person speaking in the entirety of the project for 1 hour. Why don't we split that 1 hour into 20 minutes so that I get an opportunity to be able to express myself? By the time I express myself for 20 minutes in front of a small group of people, tomorrow I'm taking up opportunity to express myself for another 30 minutes, and it's growing and I'm building my confidence. If you don't put it into practice, how are you going to learn? How is it going to get better? And that's true. And like Bemi said, you will stay in your room, and if we lock the door, some of you are singing and shouting in the bathroom, and automatically we are performers and singers and all that. We can also bring that out. But let us also think of what is at stake in respect to us developing our small skill and applying it to the role that we are looking to get into. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma. Mr. Akacha, I wanted to ask if you have anything to say as regards that, but I guess, okay.
So I think fear is what is holding most people back in companies. So what I advise people to do is just put a disclaimer. You can say, what I'm about to say might just be nonsense, but just hear me out. People will not expect so much from you. It will just, that can help.
Thank you. That's a very nice trick. So you can try that out. With that being said, thank you so much to our panelists. I hope we've thoroughly enjoyed our time here. I myself, I have really learned a lot. In fact, while they were speaking, I was like just having some reflections. And once I resume work on Monday, I'm definitely going to have that conversation with my line manager. So thank you so much. And yes, we would call it a day here. We have light refreshments for us. Our panelists, they are still going to be around. So in case you want to have maybe one-on-one conversations with them, please feel free to do so. And we hope to see you all around. Thank you. Okay. Okay, we've actually closed. Don't worry, there's really nothing. But I would want our the person that had all of us come together to do this. Chijioke, he's our planning committee chairman for this year's youth. So this for our panel, this is actually part of our youth program, our annual youth program. So this is one out of the many other line of activities that we have. So CJK oversees that. So CJ, please come and give us some closing remarks.
All right. I sincerely want to thank everybody that made our time to, come out here and be part of this. I'll first of all start by thanking God Almighty for making this program a success. And I will say it's really not an easy thing. So I want to sincerely appreciate everybody for coming out to, make sure that they derive from their wealth of knowledge. And then for our dear panelists, I know at some point I had to disturb you people over and over and over and over again. I know how many times I had to reach out to you people for you people to, give us one requirement or the other. I'm truly sorry. I didn't do it for myself. I did it for everybody here. So I sincerely appreciate you people's time. The section has definitely been insightful. I'm happy to be part of this, to have derived from your wealth of knowledge and expertise. And I also pray that whenever we call upon you people the next time, you'll find it in a place in your heart to forget about the stress that I must have put you through to, be here. But see reasons to also be part of us and then share your wealth of knowledge to us, and then we can be better. I mean, the program is, I don't know how to explain, but the program is really insightful. I have learned a lot, and I'm seriously and strongly going to, apply it starting from tomorrow. I'll first of all go to my boss, talk about some things, and then find a way to also improve myself. I know we are finding a way, we are in the society of trying to be competitive. No matter what you do, you should make sure you strive to be perfect and then strive to also remain at the top. So in that nutshell, I would thank everybody that find the opportunity to be here. And then in ending, I want to also recognize the presence of Avika. And, okay, the wife is not here. I recognize the presence of Avika and the wife. Thank you very much, sir. And I also called the vicar to this podium to, come and just give us a thank you message and probably pray for us. Thank you very much. Please join your hands together. If your hands are not busy, let's welcome our vicar.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the youth body of this church, I want to really thank you. Let me thank the outsiders first. You're welcome. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Yes, I've always said that the church is so blessed. Mr. Abraham Mudenan is one of our gentle giants, and then Mrs. Tari Albert. Thank you for always adding value to the church. Anytime we call you, you are always ready to answer, doing the work of God. God bless you, sir. God bless you, ma. And my dear brother and sister, we are really grateful. You are building these ones, and whatever you have injected into their lives, I know will become so meaningful, and they will inject them to the society in their workplaces, or even those who are still looking up to God for something like that. All your efforts, God will reward in Jesus' name. God bless you. And to our dear youths, this is an opportunity some of us never had. I was once like you. We never had this kind of opportunity. And to God be the glory that today you are having it on a platter of gold. So please make very good use of it. Make very good use of it. Don't just take it for granted. I know in some cases, because it doesn't cost us anything. If it was a situation where you were asked to pay 50,000 naira to come and have this kind of thing, I know here would have been flooded. But because you have not paid a dime, or you were not asked to pay, does not mean you shouldn't value what you have received. Please make good use of it. And as you do, God will continue to bless you all in Jesus' name. The Lord be with you. Let us pray. Our dear Father in heaven, we thank you for the panelists, for all of them you have used in touching the lives of these younger ones, in shaping their lives, shaping their future. Lord, thank you for this endowment of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, so that will help in piloting them as they navigate their working places and even as they continue in life. And I pray that all what they have received today, Lord, by the leading of your Holy Spirit, they will use it to your glory, to be such that will lift them higher and higher in the society, in the name of Jesus Christ. And for these ones you have used in touching their lives, Lord, please may you continue to bless them. They will go places. As much as you have used them here in your vineyard, I pray, the good Lord, that you will open doors for them anywhere. And wherever they are going to stand to minister, their own will be different. Because they are working for you, you will distinguish them in the name of Jesus Christ. Thank you for the youth body of this church. Thank you for as many who have supported them in ensuring that this program holds. Lord, we say may your name be glorified. And we pray that your spirit will continue to uphold each and every one of us. And as we live trusting you, we will never fail you. And I pray, dear Lord, that your mighty hand will continue to rest upon us. Among these ones, you will distinguish them. They will shine brighter like the sun in his peak. And among their peers, they will be astounding. In the name of Jesus Christ. Thank you, faithful and true God. In Jesus' name we have prayed. Unto God's gracious and loving hands I commit you all. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious unto you. The Lord lift up the light of his countenance upon you and grant you peace. The blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be among you now and always. Amen. Thank you once again. God bless you.
Please, we are not, so we have, like I mentioned, we have light refreshments and also an opportunity to speak with the panelists. But before then, our game, how many of us enjoyed the game? The quiz or the fastest finger game that we did. So we got feedback that people didn't really understand what the game was about.